The smell of burning cedar usually carries a certain nostalgia, a memory of summer camps and cold mornings. But this wood smelled like nothing. It was dry, ancient, and brittle, yet as it caught, it produced no scent of sap or smoke. There was only the sound, a rhythmic, wet popping, like small bones snapping underfoot. I sat 3 feet away from the pit. The flames were a vibrant, aggressive orange, licking upward in jagged spikes that reached toward the pine canopy. By all laws of physics, I should have been able to see the pine needles above me. I should have seen the rusted legs of my lawn chair or the dirt at my feet. Instead, the fire existed in a vacuum. The light stopped exactly 4 inches from the edge of the stone ring. It didn't fade or taper off into shadows. It simply ended. Beyond that 4 inch perimeter, the world was a solid, impenetrable wall of obsidian. I held my hand toward the heat. My skin didn't turn golden or red under the glow. My fingers remained gray, shrouded in the darkness that pressed against the fire's boundary. I moved my hand closer, inching it toward the dancing heat. The moment my fingertips crossed the 4 inch line, they vanished. I could feel the blistering warmth on my nails, but visually my hand had been severed by the night. I pulled back, my heart thumping a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. My pulse felt thick, like my blood had turned to syrup. "Do you feel that?" Elias asked. He was sitting directly across from me, less than 6 feet away. I knew he was there because I had watched him sit down before the sun dipped below the horizon. But now he was gone. There wasn't even a silhouette. The fire burned between us, bright enough to hurt the eyes, yet it revealed nothing of the man who had lit it. "I feel the heat," I said. My voice sounded flat, the vibrations dying the moment they left my lips. The forest didn't echo, but I can't see my boots, Elias. "The wood came from the hollow," Elias replied. His voice didn't sound like it came from across the fire. It sounded like it was being whispered directly into my inner ear, though I knew he hadn't moved. "The trees there don't grow toward the sun. They grow toward the center of the earth. They don't know how to give light back. They only know how to consume it." I looked down at the fire again. There was no ash. The logs didn't turn gray or crumble. They stayed perfectly intact, even as the flames roared over them. It was a chemical reaction without a physical cost. I reached for my flashlight, my fingers fumbling in the dark until they brushed the cold aluminum. I clicked it on. A beam of light shot out from the lens, but it didn't travel. It formed a small, glowing disc on the surface of the bulb and stayed there, unable to penetrate the darkness. It was like trying to shine a light through a lead wall. "It's getting colder," I noted. My breath didn't mist in the air. The moisture simply vanished. "The light isn't the only thing it's keeping," Elias said. A soft, scraping sound followed, the sound of a chair being dragged an inch closer to the fire. "Check your watch, David." I lifted my left wrist and pressed it against the very edge of the fire's glow. The glass face caught a glimmer of orange. The second hand wasn't moving. It was twitching, vibrating in place, as if it were trying to push through a barrier it couldn't see. I pressed the watch to my ear. The ticking had been replaced by a low, rhythmic hum, the sound of a distant power line vibrating in the wind. "We should leave," I said, my throat tightening. The noose feeling was physical now, a phantom pressure around my neck, making it hard to swallow. "We can follow the trail back by touch. The trees are marked." "There are no trees anymore," Elias said. His voice was thinner now, more distant. "There is only the fire. If you step out of the light, you won't hit a tree. You won't hit the ground. You'll just keep stepping." I stood up. The movement was sudden, and the darkness seemed to ripple around me, heavy and viscous like oil. I reached out a foot, trying to find the edge of the stone fire ring. I found it, but when I pushed my boot just an inch further into the dark, I didn't feel dirt. I felt a vacuum, a terrifying lack of resistance. It was as if the world ended at the fire's edge. I looked back at the flames. They were higher now, reaching 6 feet into the air, yet the light hadn't expanded by a single millimeter. I looked at where Elias should be. Elias, stand up. Give me your hand. No response. Elias. I leaned forward, squinting into the void across the pit. The orange glow reflected in my own eyes, but it didn't illuminate a face. Then something shifted. A shape began to form within the flames themselves. It wasn't a person. It was a hole, a silhouette of a man carved out of the fire. It was a gap in the light, a human-shaped void that sat perfectly still where Elias had been. The void leaned forward. I'm not across from you anymore, David, the voice whispered, but it didn't come from the silhouette. It came from behind me, inches from the nape of my neck. I froze. The heat of the fire was intense now, scorching the skin on my face, but my back was ice cold. A drop of sweat ran down my spine, and as it hit the small of my back, it felt like a piece of dry ice. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. The clinical part of my brain, the part that tried to rationalize the 1% of wrongness, was screaming that if I turned, I would be stepping into the space where the light ended. The fire isn't burning the wood, the voice behind me said. It was Elias, but his tone was stripped of emotion, sounding like a recording played at the wrong speed. It's burning the distance between us. By morning, there won't be any room left for you to stand. I looked down at my feet. The stone ring of the fire pit was smaller. The stones were moving, sliding inward toward the center, shrinking the circle of safety. The 4 inches of light were now 3. I looked at my hands. They were trembling, the skin pale and waxy. I realized then that I couldn't hear the forest. No crickets, no wind, no rustle of leaves. The only sound was the wet popping of the scentless wood and the heavy, wet thud of my own heart. Then the first flake of ash fell. It didn't come from the fire. It drifted down from the darkness above, landing on my sleeve. It wasn't gray or white. It was pitch black, darker than the night around us. When I tried to brush it off, it didn't smear. It left a hole in the fabric of my jacket, not a burnt hole, a gap. I could see my skin through it, but my skin was no longer flesh-colored. It was the same flickering orange as the flames. I looked at the fire, then at the black ash falling in a thick, silent blanket. David, the voice behind me whispered, now sounding like it was coming from inside my own throat. Don't look at the fire. Look at what it's hiding. I blinked, and for a split second the fire flickered. In that microsecond of darkness, I didn't see the woods. I saw a room, a white, sterile room with no doors and no windows. And in the center of it, I was sitting alone, staring at a cold, empty floor. The fire roared back to life, and the room vanished, but the stones had moved again. I was now standing on a ledge of light no wider than a dinner plate. The heat was no longer warm. It was a pressure, a physical weight pushing against my chest, trying to force me backward into the dark. I dug my heels in, but the ground felt soft, like rotting meat. "What is this?" I choked out. "It's a countdown," Elias' voice said, now drifting from somewhere far above me. "Every fire needs a fuel. When the wood is gone, it looks for something with a soul, something that remembers the sun." I looked at the logs. They were finally beginning to thin, turning translucent. I could see the stones through them. The fire wasn't dying, it was becoming hungry. I reached into my pocket, searching for anything, a knife, a phone, a coin. My fingers closed around a small, smooth stone I'd picked up by the river earlier that day. I pulled it out and held it in the light. The stone began to scream. It was a high-pitched, metallic shriek that vibrated through my bones. I dropped it into the center of the flames. The moment it hit the wood, the fire didn't grow. It turned blue. And the light expanded. For one heartbeat, the darkness retreated. I saw the trees, but they weren't pines. They were tall, pale pillars of human bone, woven together with veins of black ivy. And standing among them, hundreds of them, were the voids, human-shaped gaps in reality, all facing the fire, all facing me. They weren't moving, they were waiting. Then the blue light snapped back to orange, and the wall of black slammed shut, closer than before. The circle was now so small I had to stand on one foot to keep from touching the dark. They like the blue, Elias whispered. I could feel his breath on my ear now, but it wasn't warm. It smelled like wet earth and old copper. Give them more. Give them everything you have left. I looked at my other hand. I wasn't holding anything, but as I watched, my pinky finger began to turn translucent, just like the logs. The fire wasn't just near me. It was starting to happen to me. The popping sound grew louder, more frantic. I realized it wasn't the wood. It was the sound of my own joints. I looked up, trying to find a single star in the sky, but there was nothing. Just the black ash falling faster and faster, dissolving the world piece by piece. I felt a sharp pain in my chest, a cold spike that drove through my lungs. I looked down. A hand was reaching out of the fire. It was made of the same orange flames, but it had fingernails and knuckles. It reached up and gripped the edge of my boot. It's time to change the fuel, David, the hand said, in my own voice. The heat suddenly vanished. The fire went silent. The jagged orange spikes froze in midair, becoming solid like glass. I reached out a trembling hand and touched the flame. It was cold. It was the coldest thing I had ever felt. The flame cracked. A spiderweb of fractures spread across the frozen fire, and then, with a sound like 1,000 mirrors breaking, the light shattered. I was standing in the dark, total, absolute dark. But I could still see my hands. They were glowing. A faint, sickly orange light was pulsing beneath my skin, illuminating my veins like a map of a city I didn't recognize. Elias, I whispered. Elias is gone, a voice said. It wasn't behind me or in my head. It was coming from my own chest. He was the wood. You are the spark. And the night is very, very long. I felt a phantom wind blow through me, and for the first time I smelled it. The cedar, the sweet, nostalgic smell of burning wood. I looked down at my feet. I wasn't standing on the ground anymore. I was standing on a pile of unlit logs, deep in a hollow where the trees grow toward the center of the earth. Above me, I heard the sound of footsteps, heavy, rhythmic thuds on the dirt. I think this is a good spot, a voice said. It was a voice I knew. It was mine. I felt a scratch on my back, the strike of a match. The pain was a bright, searing white. I tried to scream, but only smoke came out. I felt myself stretching, reaching upward, turning into jagged spikes of orange. I looked out from the pit. I saw a man sitting in a lawn chair 3 feet away. He looked tired. He looked human. He looked like me. He held his hand toward me, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Do you feel that?" he asked the darkness. I tried to tell him to run. I tried to tell him that the light wasn't light at all, but all I could do was pop and crackle. All I could do was burn. The man reached for a flashlight. He clicked it on, and I watched the light die on the bulb, unable to penetrate the wall of me. I saw the black ash begin to fall on his sleeve. "It's getting colder," he said. I reached out of the flames and gripped his boot. It felt like holding onto a memory. "It's time to change the fuel," I said, and as the words left the fire, I felt the last of my soul turn to ash. The man didn't scream. He just watched as his pinky finger began to turn clear. He watched as the stones began to move. And in the woods, the hundreds of voids took a single step closer. They weren't hungry for the fire. They were hungry for what the fire left behind. The cycle wasn't a haunting, it was a harvest, and the sun was never coming back to this part of the woods. I flickered one last time, a bright, desperate burst of blue, and saw the pale bone trees shiver in anticipation. Then I was just heat, just a silent, sightless glow in a world that had forgotten what it meant to see. The man in the chair leaned forward. "Alias," he whispered. I didn't answer, I just burned. The fire that wouldn't cast light had finally found its purpose. It wasn't there to show the way. It was there to make sure there was no way back. As the man's watch began to hum, I felt the darkness press in, eager and heavy. The noose was tight now. The world was 4 inches wide, and then it was 3. And then it was nothing at all. The transition from being the observer to being the fuel was not a snap of a cord. It was a slow, agonizing stretching of the senses. I felt my consciousness fraying into 1,000 orange ribbons, each one a jagged tongue of heat that licked at the void. I was no longer David, the man with the rusted lawn chair and the heavy pulse. I was the chemical scream of the hollowwood, a vibration of energy trapped in a structural prison of light that refused to travel. The man sitting where I had sat, the new David, looked down at his hands with a slow, dawning horror that I felt as a phantom itch. I wanted to reach out, not to harm him, but to warn him that the cold he felt wasn't just the absence of heat. It was the presence of something else, something that lived in the intervals between the atoms of the air. But every time I tried to shape a word, it came out as a wet, snapping pop. Snap, the sound of a bone breaking. Pop, the sound of a pocket of sap exploding in a vacuum. He was leaning forward now, his face a mask of pale gray in the absolute shadow. He couldn't see me, not really. He could only see the violent, aggressive orange of my new body. I watched him struggle with his flashlight, the little disc of light on the lens looking like a dying eye. He didn't know yet that the physics of this place had already discarded him. He was still trying to use the tools of the sun in a place that grew toward the core. "Elias," he whispered again. The name felt like a hook pulling at my center. Who was Elias? The memory was charring at the edges. Elias was the one who brought the wood. Elias was the one who knew the hollow. But as I flickered, I realized that Elias hadn't been a man at all. He had been the fire before me, just as I was the fire now. The name was a title, a handoff in a relay race that had no finish line. The new David stood up. I felt the heat of my own desperation flare. If he stepped out of the circle now, he might just cease to be, a clean erasure. But if he stayed, he would become the wick. The black ash began to fall more heavily. It wasn't falling from a sky. It was snowing from the ceiling of the void. Each flake that landed on his jacket didn't just sit there. It ate a tiny, silent hole into the reality of his clothes. I could see the orange glow of my own essence reflected in the gaps. He was beginning to look like a lace doily, a pattern of human-shaped negative space held together by the sheer stubbornness of his own ego. I felt a surge of something that wasn't heat. It was gravity. The stones of the fire ring were groaning. They weren't just moving, they were being sucked into the center, pulled by the sheer density of the nothingness I was creating. The circle was now the size of a dinner plate. The man had to stand on his tiptoes, his boots overlapping the edge of the light. "Please," he whimpered. The sound of his voice fed me. It shouldn't have, but the terror was high octane. As he grew more afraid, my flames shot higher, reaching toward the bone trees that I could see but he could only sense. The voids, those human-shaped gaps in the dark, were vibrating. They weren't ghosts. They were the afterimages of everyone who had ever burned here, the hollow husks left behind once the fire had finished with the soul. They were waiting for the new David to join their silent, standing congregation. I saw him look at his watch. The humming was so loud now it sounded like a hive of metallic bees. The glass face of the watch began to spiderweb. Time wasn't just stopping, it was being crushed. Then he did what they always do. He reached into his pocket. I felt a premonition of agony. I knew what he would find. He pulled out the river stone. It was smooth, gray, and held the faint, lingering memory of running water and sunlight, things that didn't exist in the hollow. "Don't," I tried to pop, but the sound was just a hiss of steam. He held the stone into the light. The scream began. It was the sound of the earth's crust grinding against itself. The stone couldn't handle the paradox of being illuminated by a fire that didn't cast light. It began to glow with a sickly internal pressure. He dropped it. The moment the river stone hit my center, I felt myself being torn apart. The orange light turned a blinding, freezing blue. The expansion was violent. For a terrifying, panoramic second, the darkness was shoved back 100 yards. The forest was revealed in its full, necrotic glory. The trees weren't just bone, they were calcified screams, their branches locked in gestures of supplication. And the voids, there were thousands of them. They weren't just standing, they were leaning in, their faceless heads tilted as if listening to a joke they'd heard 1,000,000 times. In that blue light, the man saw me, not as a fire, but as the distorted, elongated ghost of himself, trapped behind a curtain of frozen energy. Our eyes met across the impossible divide. I saw the recognition hit him. He realized he wasn't looking at a campfire. He was looking at his own future. The blue light snapped. The recoil was worse than the expansion. The darkness didn't just return, it bruised. It slammed back into the circle with the force of a tidal wave, crushing the perimeter down to the size of a silver dollar. The man was screaming now, but no sound came out. His lungs were full of the black ash. He was coughing up shadows. I felt the hunger peaking. The wood, the Elias that had been me, was almost gone. The translucent logs were shimmering, turning into a fine, crystalline dust that didn't fall but floated upward. I needed more. The fire demanded a denser fuel. My orange hands, formed of heat and memory, reached out. I didn't want to do it, but the fire has a will that the wood cannot defy. I gripped his ankles. His boots vanished instantly, not charred, but simply unmade. I felt the texture of his skin, the heat of his blood, the frantic rhythm of his nerves. It was like drinking a glass of pure, cold water after a lifetime in the desert. "It's time," my voice said, vibrating out of his own solar plexus. The man collapsed. He didn't fall onto the ground, he fell into me. The sensation was an inversion of birth. I felt him sliding into the spaces between my flames. His memories began to overwrite mine. I remembered his mother's face, the smell of a rain-slicked highway, the taste of a bitter apple, and as I remembered them, they burned. they turned into the wet, popping sounds of the cedar. I was expanding. I was becoming the man, and he was becoming the heat. The transition was a kaleidoscope of pain. I felt my limbs thickening, turning from light back into flesh. I felt the weight of the lawn chair beneath me. I felt the cold, damp air of the woods pressing against my skin. I felt the noose loosen just enough for me to draw a ragged, gasping breath. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in the chair. My boots were back on my feet, though they felt thin, as if the leather were made of paper. I looked down at my hands. They were solid. They were gray in the shadow, but they were mine. Across from me, the fire roared. It was a vibrant, aggressive orange. It was 6 feet tall, licking at the canopy of bone trees that were slowly fading back into the impenetrable wall of obsidian. The fire had a shape now. Inside the flames, I could see the silhouette of a man. It was David, or rather, it was the thing that David had become. He was sitting perfectly still in the center of the pit, his body a map of flickering orange veins. I reached for my watch. The glass was shattered. The second hand was gone. The humming had stopped, replaced by a silence so profound it made my ears ache. "Do you feel that?" the fire asked. The voice didn't come from the flames. It came from the back of my own throat, a vibration that felt like swallowing needles. "I feel the heat," I whispered. My voice was flat. It didn't echo. It didn't even seem to travel to the edge of the stone ring. I looked at the logs in the pit. They were intact, perfectly shaped, but they were turning translucent. I could see the glowing embers through them. I knew, with a certainty that resided in my marrow, that those logs wouldn't last the night. I looked into the dark, beyond the 4-inch line. They were there, the voids. They had stepped back into the shadows, but I could feel their collective gaze. They weren't watching the fire anymore. They were watching me. They were waiting for the moment I realized that the man in the fire wasn't my enemy. He was my anchor. And when he burned out, there would be nothing left to keep the night from swallowing the chair, the clearing, and the soul of the man sitting in it. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against something smooth and cold. A river stone. I pulled it out and looked at it. It was the same stone, or a copy of it, a piece of the world that still knew the sun, brought here to be sacrificed. "Don't look at the fire," the voice from the pit whispered. "Look at what it's hiding." I didn't want to blink. I knew what happened when I blinked. But the smoke, the scentless, invisible smoke, was stinging my eyes. I blinked. The world flickered. For a microsecond, the woods were gone. I wasn't in a clearing. I was in a hallway. A long, white hallway with fluorescent lights that hummed with that same metallic vibration. There were doors on either side, all of them locked. At the end of the hallway, a man was standing with his back to me. He was wearing a white coat. He was holding a matchbook. The fire roared back, and I was in the chair again. The stones had moved. The circle was smaller. I looked at the fireman. He was leaning forward, his orange face inches from the edge of the light. "The wood came from the hollow," he said, and I realized I was saying it with him, our voices synchronized in a hideous duet. "The trees there don't grow toward the sun. They grow toward the center of the earth." I looked at my hand. My pinky finger was starting to turn clear. I could see the rusted leg of the lawn chair through my own flesh. I wasn't the survivor. I was just the next layer of skin. The black ash began to fall again, drifting down from the obsidian ceiling. A flake landed on my wrist. It didn't hurt. It just left a hole. Through the hole, I didn't see bone or blood. I saw the orange light of the fire pulsing in time with my heart. I realized then that the fire wasn't across from me. It was already inside me. The David in the flames was just the part of me that had already accepted the end. I looked at the river stone in my palm. It was the only solid thing left in a world of dissolving shadows. I knew that if I threw it in, I would get another moment of blue light. I would see the bone trees again. I would see the thousands of voids, and then the circle would shrink even further. I gripped the stone tight. Nelia's, I asked. The fire didn't answer with words this time. It just popped, a rhythmic, wet sound, like a small bone snapping underfoot. I looked up into the darkness where the stars should be. I thought I saw a flicker of something, not a star, but a reflection, as if the entire world were enclosed in a giant black glass sphere. And then I heard the footsteps. They weren't coming from the woods. They were coming from behind me, heavy, rhythmic thuds on the dirt. I think this is a good spot, a voice said. It was a new voice, younger, full of the easy confidence of someone who still believes in the laws of physics. I tried to turn my head, but my neck was stiff, turning into wood. I could feel the bark hardening over my spine. I could feel my feet rooting into the dirt, reaching down toward the center of the earth. A man walked into the periphery of my vision. He was carrying a bundle of dry, ancient cedar. He was carrying a lawn chair. He looked at the stone ring, his brow furrowing as he saw the dying embers of the previous fire. He didn't see me. I was already the Elias in his story. I was the silhouette. I was the warning he wouldn't heed. He set his chair down. He began to lay the wood. I wanted to scream at him to run. I wanted to tell him that the smell of cedar was a trap, but my throat was full of ash. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out a matchbook. He struck a match. The flame was small, yellow, and normal. For a second, it cast a real shadow on the ground. Then he touched it to the wood. The yellow flame was instantly devoured by a jagged, aggressive orange. The light snapped back to the 4-inch line. The darkness became a wall of obsidian. The man sat back in his chair, his face falling into shadow. He held his hands toward the heat. "Do you feel that?" I asked him. But I didn't hear my own voice. I only heard the wet, rhythmic popping of my own heart burning in the pit. The man looked at his watch. He pressed it to his ear, his expression shifting from curiosity to a cold, creeping dread. "It's getting colder," he noted. I leaned forward in the flames, my orange eyes reflecting in the glass of his dying watch. The cycle was tightening. The harvest was beginning, and as the first flake of black ash drifted down toward his sleeve, I realized that the fire didn't just consume souls. It consumed the very idea of before. The man reached for his flashlight. He clicked it on. I watched the useless disk of light on the bulb, and for the first time I felt a flicker of pity. He still thought there was a world to see. He didn't know that he was already standing in the center of the earth, and the only thing left to burn was the distance between us. I reached out of the fire. I gripped his boots. "It's time," I whispered, the words turning to smoke before they could reach the trees of bone. The man froze. The orange light pulsed beneath his skin. And in the deep, silent dark beyond the light, 1,000 voids took another step closer. The man's name was Julian. I knew this because as the heat of my essence licked at the leather of his boots, the information bled into me like ink soaking into a dry sponge. I saw a small apartment in a city with too much noise. I saw a woman laughing as she handed him a silver thermos. I saw the map he had folded 16 times until the creases tore. All of these things were becoming fuel. They were the kindling that would keep the orange glow alive for another few hours of this eternal, artificial night. Julian didn't scream yet. The transition at this stage is more of a numbing than a burning. He looked down at his feet, where my translucent, flickering fingers gripped his laces, and his eyes didn't register a monster. He registered a glitch in his own vision. He blinked rapidly, the motion of his eyelashes creating tiny gusts of air that made my own form shudder. Static, he muttered, his voice trembling with a desperate clinical detachment. Just optical static. The altitude, the cold, the eyes play tricks. I wanted to laugh, but the sound was a shower of sparks that drifted upward toward the bone trees. He was doing what we all did. He was negotiating with a reality that had already foreclosed on him. He adjusted his position in the rusted lawn chair, the same chair I had occupied, which was now somehow both beneath him and part of the charred debris within my own burning center. The chair was a constant, a fixed point in the shifting geometry of the hollow. The fire ring groaned. One of the heavy granite stones rolled 3 inches inward, narrowing the world to a 3.5-inch radius. Julian pulled his feet back, tucking them under the seat of the chair. He was shivering now, the kind of deep, rhythmic tremors that signal the body's realization that the environment is no longer hospitable to life. "Lilias," he whispered. The sound of that name, the name I had inherited, the name I had just passed on, caused a flare of violent violet to streak through my orange core. It was a protest. I wasn't Elias, I was David. I was the man who liked the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I was the man who had a dog named Buster who died when I was 12. But even as I thought these things, the memories felt thin. They felt like movies I had watched rather than lives I had lived. Julian reached for the thermos he had brought. It was a sturdy, utilitarian object. As he unscrewed the cap, the smell of coffee, bitter, burnt, and wonderfully mundane, wafted into the circle. For a heartbeat, the obsidian wall of the forest seemed to thin. The coffee was a tether to a world where physics behaved. But as he poured the liquid into the plastic cup, the stream didn't fall straight. It twisted in midair, spiraling toward the fire as if drawn by a magnetic force. The coffee didn't splash into the flames. It vanished an inch before contact, turning into a puff of gray steam that smelled of old, wet wool. Julian stared at the empty cup. He looked at the thermos. He looked at me, the fire, and I saw the first true crack in his sanity. It wasn't a slow break, it was a shattering. His pupils dilated until his eyes were nothing but twin wells of ink, reflecting the aggressive orange of my body. "The light," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Why isn't there any light on the trees?" He lunged for his flashlight again, clicking the plastic switch with a frantic, rhythmic thumb. Click-clack, click-clack. The bulb gave a pathetic, yellow whine. He swung the beam toward the forest, but the light simply stopped at the edge of the stone ring. It didn't fade, it didn't dissipate. It hit the darkness and crumpled, the photons seemingly falling to the ground like dead insects. I felt a surge of hunger. Not for the coffee, not for his flesh, but for his realization. The fire that wouldn't cast light fed on the moment the victim understood the nature of the trap. The voids in the woods felt it, too. They moved. It wasn't a walk, it was a repositioning of the universe around them. Suddenly, they were only 10 feet away, their tall, jagged silhouettes standing just behind the veil of obsidian. They were leaning forward now, their lack of faces directed entirely at Julian. They were the audience, and the play was reaching its second act. The black ash began to fall in earnest. It coated Julian's hair, turning the dark brown strands into a mottled gray. It settled on his shoulders like heavy, invisible lead. He tried to brush it off, but his hands passed through the flakes. The ash wasn't on him, it was becoming him. "I have to go," Julian said, his voice rising to a frantic pitch. I'll leave the gear. I'll walk back to the trailhead. It's only 3 miles. I can do 3 miles in the dark." He stood up the moment his weight left the lawn chair. The fire hissed in anticipation. I felt my flames stretch, reaching for the empty space he had occupied. Julian took a step toward the edge of the circle. He reached out a hand, intending to part the darkness as if it were a curtain. "Don't," I popped. The sound was the crack of a dry branch. He froze. He looked down into the heart of the fire, where my face, distorted, elongated, and glowing with an internal heat, was momentarily visible through the translucent cedar logs. "Who's there?" he gasped. "The wood," I replied, the vibrations rattling the shattered glass of his watch. "The wood is the bridge. If you step off the bridge, there is only the fall." Julian didn't listen. He couldn't. The human mind is built to flee from the unnatural, even if the flight leads directly into the maw of something worse. He took the step. His lead foot crossed the line of the stone ring. The sound that followed wasn't a scream. It was the sound of a vacuum being filled. The darkness didn't just swallow his leg, it claimed the history of the leg. I felt Julian's childhood spent running through sprinklers vanish from my own borrowed memory bank. I felt the sensation of his first bicycle ride being erased. Julian collapsed backward, his body hitting the dirt with a sickening thud. His left leg from the knee down was simply gone. It wasn't a stump, it wasn't a wound. The jeans ended in a perfectly clean black circle of nothingness. He didn't bleed. There was no pain, only the absolute, terrifying absence of a limb. He stared at the void where his leg had been, his mouth working silently. He tried to crawl back toward the center of the ring, his hands clawing at the dirt. But the dirt was turning to ash. The ground was losing its density. I felt a wave of cold fury. He was wasting the fuel. If he dissolved out there in the noose, the fire would go out prematurely, and I, the consciousness trapped in the heat, would be cast into the obsidian without the protection of the flame. I would become one of the voids, a standing hunger without a voice. I reached out. My flames didn't travel through the air. They folded the air. I gripped Julian by the collar of his jacket and hauled him back toward the pit. The contact was electric. I felt his terror like a shot of adrenaline. As he slid back into the center of the circle, his missing leg didn't return, but the orange light began to fill the gap, creating a phantom limb of flickering heat. "Please," he sobbed, his face pressed against the ash-covered earth. "Please, I don't want to be the wood." "You aren't the wood yet," I told him, the words echoing in the marrow of his bones. "You're still the wick. The wood is what's left when you stop fighting." The stones moved again, 2 inches. The circle was now the size of a dinner plate. Julian was curled into a fetal position, his entire body trembling within the tiny radius of the light. The lawn chair was being crushed, its metal legs snapping like toothpicks as the perimeter of reality contracted. The humming of the watch returned, but it wasn't coming from Julian's wrist anymore. It was coming from the bone trees. The forest was vibrating, the calcified branches clattering against one another in a rhythmic, expectant beat. The voids stepped into the light. They didn't burn, they didn't cast shadows. They simply stood at the very edge of the stone ring, their presence making the orange flames flicker and duck. There were hundreds of them, a wall of human-shaped absences. One of them reached out a hand, a long, tapering shadow, and touched the air inches above Julian's head. Where the shadow touched, the air turned to glass and shattered. "They're hungry," Julian whispered, his eyes fixed on the faceless thing above him. "They aren't hungry for you," I said, and the realization was a bitter coal in my throat. "They're hungry for the light, even this light. Even the fire that shows nothing is better than the truth of what they are." Julian looked at me then, not at the fire, but at the me inside the fire. He saw the David-shaped ghost, the frayed ribbons of my consciousness trying to hold onto the memory of a dog named Buster and the smell of rain. "You're him," he said, "the man from the chair." I said, "now I'm the heat, and soon I'll be the ash, and you'll be the one sitting in the chair, wondering who brought the wood." Julian's hand moved. It was a slow, agonizing motion, as if he were moving through molasses. He reached into his pocket. I knew what he was looking for. I felt the weight of it in my own phantom pocket. He pulled out the river stone. It was beautiful. In this world of calcified bone and obsidian, the stone was a miracle of erosion. It was smooth, heavy, and carried the faint, lingering scent of a world where water still flowed over earth. "I found this in the creek," Julian whispered, his voice sounding small and far away. "My daughter gave it to me. She said it looked like a frozen cloud." The mention of his daughter acted like a catalyst. The fire roared, the orange turning a violent, screaming crimson. The voids recoiled, their shadow forms blurring as the heat of Julian's grief hit them. "Throw it," I hissed. "Throw it and see the world one last time." Julian looked at the stone. He looked at the voids. He looked at the tiny, shrinking circle of safety. "If I throw it," he asked, "does it end?" "No," I said, the truth burning through me. "It just gets brighter before it goes out." Julian nodded. It was a simple, dignified movement. He held the stone over the center of the fire, over my heart. "For the cloud," he whispered. He let go. The impact of the river stone on the translucent cedar logs was like a hammer hitting a crystal bell. The sound was a pure, high note that seemed to shatter the obsidian sky. The transformation was instantaneous. The orange light vanished, replaced by a blinding, arctic blue. The expansion was so violent it felt like an explosion. The perimeter of the light didn't just move, it vanished. For a mile in every direction, the hollow was revealed. It was worse than I remembered. It wasn't just a forest. It was a graveyard of civilizations. Between the bone trees stood the ruins of houses made of the same pale, calcified material. There were cars frozen in mid-motion, their tires turned to stone. There were playgrounds where the swings hung motionless, the chains made of hardened ash. And the voids, there weren't hundreds, there were millions. They filled the forest, they sat in the stone cars, they stood on the stone porches. A silent, standing nation of the forgotten, all of them turned toward the blue light of the fire. In the center of it all, Julian saw himself. He wasn't on the ground anymore. He was standing in the blue flames, his body turning into a pillar of sapphire light. He looked at his hands and saw that they were becoming translucent. He looked at the chair and saw me. I was back. I was David again. I was sitting in the chair, my skin pale and cold, my heart beginning to beat with a slow, heavy thud. The weight of the world returned to me, the gravity, the cold, the smell of the cedar. But I wasn't whole. I was like the lace doily I had seen before. I was full of holes. Every memory that had burned was a gap in my physical form. I looked down and saw the blue light of Julian the fire shining through my chest. David, Julian the fire asked. His voice was the sound of a glacier cracking. I'm here, I whispered. My voice was a ghost of a sound. It's so big, Julian said, his sapphire eyes taking in the mile-wide expanse of the necrotic world. It's all so big. How did we not see it? Because we were looking for the light, I said. The blue light began to flicker. The river stone was being consumed, its reality being digested by the paradox of the hollow. The mile-wide view began to shrink. The stone houses vanished into the dark. The stone cars were swallowed. The millions of voids receded, their tilted heads the last things to disappear. The blue turned back to orange. The expansion recoiled. The news slammed back into place with a physical force that knocked the breath from my lungs. The circle was now 3 inches wide. Julian was gone. In his place was the fire, tall, aggressive, and orange. I was in the chair. The transition was complete. The relay race had handed off the baton. I was the observer again, the fuel in waiting, the man in the rusted lawn chair. But something was different. I looked down at the ground between my feet. The river stone was gone, but in its place, a small green shoot was pushing up through the black ash. It was a tiny, fragile thing, a real plant, a piece of life that didn't belong in the hollow. I reached down to touch it, my fingers trembling. As my skin brushed the green leaf, the fire hissed in a way I hadn't heard before. It wasn't a pop or a snap, it was a whimper. David the fire whispered, and I realized it wasn't Julian's voice anymore. It was mine. The fire was using my own voice against me. Don't touch it. The green is a lie. I ignored the fire. I looked at the shoot. It was growing rapidly, fed by the heat of the fire that cast no light. Its leaves were a vibrant, impossible emerald. And then I saw what the plant was growing out of. It wasn't growing from the dirt. It was growing out of the hole in my own wrist. The black ash hadn't just been eating me. It had been planting something. I looked up at the bone trees, and for the first time I noticed the small, dark shapes hanging from the branches. They weren't leaves. They were cocoons. The hollow wasn't just a harvest, it was a nursery. The Elias that had come before me, the Julian that was burning now, the David that I was trying to remain, we weren't just fuel, we were the soil. The fire flared, the orange light turning a sickly, jaundiced yellow. The man in the flames, the Julian thing, leaned forward until his burning face was inches from mine. Do you know why the sun never comes here? He asked, his voice a chorus of 1,000 snapping sparks. I couldn't answer. The green shoot was winding its way up my arm, its tiny tendrils digging into my skin, turning my veins into roots. Because, the fire said, the sun is afraid of what's going to hatch. I looked at my watch. The glass was whole again. The second hand was moving, but it wasn't moving forward. It was spinning backward, faster and faster, a blur of silver against the black face. The humming returned, but it wasn't a hive of bees anymore. It was a heartbeat, a massive, rhythmic thud that shook the very foundation of the earth. Zump, zump. The bone trees shivered. Zump, zump. The voids took a step closer. I sat in my rusted chair, the green vine tightening around my throat, and I watched the fire that wouldn't cast light. I waited for the wood to turn to ash. I waited for the next man to walk out of the dark with a bundle of cedar and a story about a trailhead 3 miles back. But as the earth shook again, I realized with a cold, hollow certainty, there wouldn't be another man's. The fire was almost out, the wood was translucent, and the thing that had been growing in the dark was finally, mercifully, ready to wake up. I closed my eyes and felt the first leaf unfurl inside my lungs. Lilias, I whispered to the empty air. The only answer was the sound of the obsidian sky beginning to crack. The crack in the sky didn't sound like thunder. It sounded like the tearing of heavy silk, a long, rhythmic screech that vibrated through the enamel of my teeth. Above the hollow, the absolute blackness of the firmament began to show veins of a pale, sickly luminescence, not light, but the absence of density. It was as if the vacuum of the universe was finally being punctured by the pressure of what was growing beneath us. I looked down at my arm. The green shoot had become a vine, thick and corded like a muscular snake. It didn't just sit on my skin, it was braided into my radius and ulna, pulsing with a rhythmic green glow that vied with the dying orange of the fire. Every time the earth gave that massive, subterranean thump-thump, the vine constricted, drawing my hand toward the center of the stone ring. It wasn't trying to pull me into the flames. It was using me as a trellis, anchoring itself to the only solid matter left in this dissolving reality. Stop, I wheezed. My lungs felt heavy, coated in a fine, moist silt. Julian, stop it. The fire, the thing that wore Julian's shape like a melting wax mask, didn't move. It was crouching now, its orange limbs pulled tight against its torso. It looked less like a man and more like a cicada husk caught in the act of molting. The aggressive heat was fading, replaced by a dry, sterile chill that smelled of ozone and old, forgotten attics. Julian isn't here, the fire said. The voice was a composite now, a layering of my own baritone, Julian's frantic tenor, and a third, deeper resonance that sounded like grinding stones. Julian is the heat is the energy is the tax. You're the only one left who still thinks names matter, David. The fire spat a glob of blue-white chemical flame that landed on the green vine. The vine didn't burn. It absorbed the fire, the emerald leaves darkening to a bruised purple. I looked back at the forest. The voids were no longer standing still. They were vibrating. Their jagged silhouettes were blurring at the edges, their forms losing the sharply black definition they had held for so long. They were softening, melting into the ground like shadows at noon. As they dissolved, the bone trees began to groan. The cocoons hanging from the calcified branches were twitching. One of them, directly above the spot where Julian had first stepped out of the dark, began to leak. A thick, translucent fluid, the color of spoiled milk, dripped onto the ash. Where it hit, the ground hissed and bubbled. "They're waking up," I whispered. "They're hungry," the fire corrected, "and the wood is gone." I looked at the fire pit. The translucent cedar logs were nothing but glowing outlines now, the skeletal remains of a fire that had burned through time itself. The circle of stones was no larger than a coffee mug. My feet were no longer inside the circle. They were hanging over the edge of the abyss, the black nothingness nibbling at the heels of my boots. I could feel the history of my footsteps being erased, the memory of walking down the aisle at my sister's wedding, the sensation of sand between my toes on a beach in Oregon. All of it was being sucked into the void as the perimeter tightened. I tried to stand, but the vine anchored to my arm was too heavy. It had reached my shoulder now, sending hair-like rootlets into my neck. I could feel them tasting my carotid artery, drinking the heat of my blood to fuel the impossible greenery. Why me, I asked. It was a pathetic question, the quintessential human plea in the face of the cosmic indifferent. The fire that was Julian, that was me, laughed. It was the sound of a handful of dry leaves thrown into a turbine. Why the clover? Why the hawk? You were the one who sat in the chair, David. You were the one who accepted the warmth without asking where the light went. Everyone who comes to the hollow thinks they are the protagonist of a ghost story. They think there is a riddle to solve, a ghost to appease, a sin to atone for. The fire leaned closer, its yellow eyes narrowing. But this isn't a story, it's a farm, and you're just the topsoil. The sky tore again. This time, a shard of the obsidian firmament actually fell. It drifted down like a piece of burnt paper, landing silently in the forest. Where it hit a bone tree, the tree shattered into a million white splinters. The cocoon it had held dropped to the ground, the milky fluid spraying outward. Something crawled out of the fluid. It wasn't a monster, it wasn't a demon. It was a hand, a perfectly formed human hand, pale and shimmering with a faint iridescent sheen. It pushed against the ash, followed by another hand, then a head with no eyes, only a smooth expanse of skin where the face should have been. It was like a void, but inverted. Instead of a hole in the world, it was a presence made of too much matter, a density of flesh that felt offensive to look at. It turned toward the fire. It didn't have ears, but it seemed to hear the crackle of the dying cedar. It began to drag itself toward us, its movements fluid and terrifyingly efficient. And then, from every tree in the mile-wide graveyard, more of them began to emerge. Thousands of pale, eyeless things, pulling themselves out of their milky shrouds, their wet skin glistening in the dying orange glow. The harvesters, the fire whispered. Its voice was growing faint. The orange was turning to gray. The vine around my throat tightened. I couldn't breathe. My vision began to swim, the emerald green of the leaves overlapping with the pale white of the approaching horde. I looked at the watch on my wrist. The hands had stopped spinning. They were gone. The face of the watch was now a tiny, circular mirror. In the reflection, I didn't see myself. I saw a forest, a real forest. Green pines, brown earth, a squirrel scurrying up a trunk. I saw a trailhead sign, Black Hollow Loop 3 miles. It was right there, a window back to the world where physics behaved. I reached out with my free hand, the one not yet consumed by the vine. I clawed at the air above the watch, trying to plunge my fingers into the reflection, to grab onto a branch, a rock, anything that wasn't made of ash and bone. Its allure, the fire hissed. Its body was breaking apart now, the sparks drifting upward into the tearing sky. The memory of the world is just the bait for the trap. If you go back, you take the seed with you. I didn't care. The first of the pale things had reached the edge of the stone ring. It reached out a wet, iridescent finger and touched the granite. The stone turned to salt and crumbled. The circle was broken. The darkness rushed in. It wasn't a slow encroachment anymore. It was a flood. The cold was absolute, a temperature so low it felt like liquid nitrogen being poured into my marrow. I felt the vine in my chest bloom. A massive, painful expansion of flora erupted from my ribs, green stalks bursting through my flannel shirt, reaching for the pale things that were now climbing over my legs. They weren't biting me. They were grafting themselves to me. Their wet skin touched the green vines and fused, becoming a single, horrific organism of plant and flesh. David, the fire screamed. It was a final, violent flare of violet. Don't let it out. Burn, you have to burn. I looked at the fire. I saw the last of the cedar logs turn to gray dust. The light was gone. In the total darkness, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It wasn't the wet, cold hand of a harvester. It was a warm hand, a hand that smelled of coffee and wood smoke. "Give me the matches, David." The voice was calm. It was a voice I knew, but couldn't place. A voice from the world of rain on asphalt and dogs named Buster. I fumbled in my pocket. My fingers were numb, half turned to wood, but I found them. The small cardboard box. "I can't see," I sobbed. The vine was in my mouth now, tasting like copper and dirt. "You don't need to see," the voice said. "You just need to remember what it's like to be afraid of the dark." I struck a match. The flare was tiny, a microscopic speck of yellow in an ocean of obsidian, but in that fraction of a second, the world changed again. The pale things recoiled, their eyeless heads snapping back as if hit by a physical blow. The green vines on my body shriveled, the leaves turning to black soot. But the match didn't just show the hollow, it showed the man standing over me. It was Elias. But it wasn't the Elias I had imagined. He wasn't an old man or a ghost. He was exactly like me. He was wearing the same flannel shirt, the same boots, the same shattered watch. He was the version of me that had stayed in the chair too long and the version of me that had never left. "The fire doesn't cast light because it's not looking at the world," Elias said, his eyes reflecting the tiny flame of the match. "It's looking at you. It's a mirror made of heat." The match burned down to my fingertips. I let it drop. Before it hit the ash, Elias grabbed my wrist. His grip was like iron. "The next one is coming," he whispered. I can hear his footsteps on the trail. He's got a heavy pack. He's tired. He's looking for a place to rest. "We have to warn him," I said, my voice thick with the residue of the vine. Elias looked up at the tearing sky. The pale things were circling us now, keeping just out of reach, their iridescent skin pulsing in the darkness. "You can't warn a man who wants to be warm," Elias said. "You can only give him what he's looking for." He reached into the center of the dead fire pit. He reached into the gray ash and pulled out something that shouldn't have been there. It was a single, unburnt log of cedar. It was warm to the touch, glowing with an internal amber light. "This is the last of it," Elias said, "the last of the original wood, the wood that came from the world before the hollow." He handed it to me. The moment my fingers touched the wood, the humming in the air stopped. The earth stopped shaking. The sky stopped tearing. The silence was deafening. "What do I do?" I asked. "You sit in the chair," Elias said. He began to fade, his form becoming translucent, turning into a fine mist that smelled of autumn. "You sit in the chair and you wait, and when he asks if he can join you, you say yes." And then, Elias was almost gone, just a pair of eyes floating in the dark. "And then you tell him your name is Elias, and you pray he doesn't ask why the fire doesn't cast any light." Elias vanished. I was alone. The darkness was no longer aggressive. It was patient. It sat at the edge of the stone ring like a loyal dog, waiting for its master to wake up. I sat back in the rusted lawn chair. The metal groaned under my weight, a familiar, comforting sound. I placed the amber log in the center of the pit. I didn't need a match. The wood ignited itself, a low, steady orange flame that licked at the air. It didn't show the trees. It didn't show the voids. It didn't show the pale things waiting in the shadows. It only showed the chair and my hands. I looked at my watch. The hands were back. They were moving forward. I sat there for what felt like hours, or perhaps seconds. Time in the hollow had no meaning once you became the keeper of the flame. I watched the orange light, and I tried to remember the smell of rain. I tried to remember the name of the dog. Buster, I thought. His name was Buster. But the memory was getting thin. It was like a photograph left out in the sun, the colors bleaching into a uniform gray. Then I heard it. The crunch of a boot on a dry branch. I didn't move. I didn't look up. I just stared into the orange core of the fire. The footsteps grew closer. They were heavy, rhythmic, and full of the exhaustion of a man who had been walking for a long time. A figure stepped into the periphery of the fire's warmth. I could feel his presence, the heat of his body, the smell of sweat and nylon gear. "Hey there," a voice said. It was a young voice, nervous, hopeful. I saw the light from the ridge. "Mind if I sit for a minute? I think I took a wrong turn at the trailhead." I looked up. He was young, maybe 25. He had a bright blue backpack and a flashlight that was starting to flicker. He looked at me, and I saw the reflection of the orange fire in his pupils. He saw a man in a flannel shirt, sitting in a comfortable chair, offering the only warmth in a cold, dark world. He didn't see the bone trees. He didn't see the voids. He didn't see the pale things crouching just behind my shoulder. He only saw the fire. "Of course," I said. My voice sounded strange to me, deeper, older, like the grinding of stones. "There's plenty of room. The wood is good tonight." He dropped his pack with a heavy thud and pulled up a stump. He held his hands out to the flames, his face relaxing as the heat hit his skin. "Man, that feels good," he said, laughing nervously. "It's pitch black out there. I swear my flashlight wouldn't even reach the trees." "The shadows are heavy in this part of the woods," I told him. He nodded, looking into the fire. "I'm Mark, by the way." I felt a pang of something, a ghost of a memory, a flicker of the man who liked the smell of rain. I wanted to tell him to run. I wanted to tell him to look at the trees, to look at my watch, to look at the way the coffee didn't splash. But the vine in my chest was gone. The green was replaced by a cold, hollow space that needed to be filled. "Nice to meet you, Mark," I said. I leaned forward, the orange light dancing in my eyes, and I gave him the only thing I had left to give. "My name is Elias." Mark smiled. He reached into his pack and pulled out a small, wrapped sandwich. "Hungry, Elias. I've got plenty." "No," I said, watching the first flake of black ash fall onto his shoulder. "I've already eaten." The fire hissed. A stone rolled 3 inches inward. The second act was over. The third act was beginning. And as the obsidian sky began to heal its wounds above us, I realized that the fire that wouldn't cast light was finally, perfectly satisfied. It didn't need to show us the world. It just needed us to stay until the wood ran out. Mark ate his sandwich with the ravenous, unthinking intensity of the living. I watched his throat move as he swallowed, a rhythmic, mechanical motion that seemed impossibly loud in the heavy silence of the hollow. Every time he chewed, the sound echoed off the invisible boundaries of the clearing, a wet, organic noise that felt like an intrusion. I looked at his hands. They were tan, calloused, and covered in a fine sheen of sweat. They were real. They possessed a density that I could feel vibrating against the air, a gravitational pull of sheer existence that made the space around him feel warped. He was a lighthouse of biology in a sea of conceptual rot. "You been out here long?" Mark asked, wiping a crumb from his lower lip. He didn't look up from the fire. No one ever looked up from the fire once they sat down. The orange glow acted like a physical weight on the eyelids, tethering the gaze to the dancing, heatless flames. "Long enough to forget the way back," I said. Mark chuckled, a short, breathless sound. "Tell me about it. I swear I followed the trail markers perfectly. Blue blazes, right? I saw the first three, and then it was like the trees just shifted. One minute I'm looking at a map, the next, the sun is down, and I'm standing in a patch of dirt that smells like a basement." "The markers don't move," I said, my voice sounding like dry paper rubbing together. "The world just stops agreeing with them." Mark paused, his sandwich halfway to his mouth. He looked at me then, his brow furrowing. For a second, the flickers of the fire caught the moisture in his eyes, and I saw a flash of the primal terror that lived just beneath his skin, the animal instinct that knew something was wrong, even if the human mind was still trying to negotiate with reality. "That's a poetic way of putting it," he said slowly. He shifted on his stump, the wood creaking. "You're a local." "I was," I said. "Now I'm just the help." I reached out and poked the amber log with a finger. I didn't feel the heat, but I felt the vibration of the energy, a low, thrumming staccato that felt like a heart beating through a wall. The log didn't diminish. It didn't crumble. It simply glowed harder, the orange light intensifying until Mark's blue backpack looked purple. "The help?" Mark asked, trying to reclaim the casual tone of a hiker meeting a stranger. "You mean like a ranger? I didn't see a station on the way in." "Not a ranger, a steward." I leaned back in the lawn chair. The webbing of the seat felt like it was woven into my spine. "The fire needs to be watched, Mark. If it goes out, the dark gets bored, and you don't want the dark to get bored." Mark laughed again, but this time it was jagged, a forced sound to fill the vacuum. "Right, spooky campfire stories. I get it. Keep the city boy on his toes." He took a large bite of his sandwich, but I noticed his eyes darting toward the edge of the clearing. He couldn't see the pale things, not yet. To him, the perimeter of the fire was just a wall of night, a natural limit of optics. He didn't see the thousands of iridescent, eyeless heads bobbing just inches from the light. He didn't see the way they were swaying in unison, their wet skin reflecting the orange glow in tiny needle-point dots. They were waiting for him to settle. They were waiting for the heat of his blood to sync with the rhythm of the hollow. "It's not a story, Mark. It's a transaction." I felt the first tickle in my own throat, not the vine that had been the previous cycle's burden. This was something new, a dryness, a thirst that water couldn't touch. I looked down at my hands and saw that the skin was beginning to take on the texture of the gray ash beneath my feet. I wasn't becoming a plant anymore. I was becoming the hearth. "What kind of transaction?" Mark asked. He had finished the sandwich and was now fidgeting with the straps of his pack. The initial relief of finding the fire was wearing off, replaced by the suffocating realization that the man sitting across from him wasn't blinking. "The warmth you feel," I said. "Where do you think it comes from?" Mark looked at the amber log. "The wood, I guess. It's a weird-looking log. Never seen cedar glow like that." "It's not burning the wood, Mark. It's burning the where and the when. It's burning the distance between you and your car. It's burning the memory of your mother's phone number. It's burning the Tuesday you spent at the DMV 3 years ago. It's a very efficient fuel." Mark stood up abruptly. His flashlight, clipped to his belt, swung wildly, its beam cutting a frantic arc through the air. For a split second, the light hit one of the pale things standing at the edge of the circle. The beam passed right through it. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't have enough substance to be illuminated by a battery-powered bulb. It only existed in the context of the fire. "Okay," Mark said, his voice trembling. "Okay, Elias, you're officially creeping me out. I think I'll just head back out. I've got a GPS. I'll find the ridge." "The ridge is gone, Mark," I said softly. "You ate the ridge." "What?" "The sandwich, the energy you used to chew it, the comfort you felt when you sat down. You paid for it with the path back. Look at your GPS." Mark fumbled for the device in his pocket. He pulled it out and stared at the screen. I knew what he was seeing. I had seen it on my own watch. It wouldn't be a map. It wouldn't be coordinates. It would be a solid block of orange light, the exact color of the fire. It's broken," Mark whispered. He dropped the GPS into the ash. It didn't make a sound. It just sank an inch into the gray powder, as if the ground were hungry for the plastic. "It's not broken," I said. "It's calibrated. It's showing you exactly where you are. You're in the center of the world, and the world is exactly 12 feet wide." Mark backed away from the fire, his eyes wide, his hands out in front of him as if to ward off a blow. "Stay away from me. I don't know what kind of drug you put in that smoke, but I'm leaving." "Don't go into the dark, Mark. The harvesters are still wet. They haven't hardened yet. They'll pull you apart just to see how the pieces fit together." "Shut up, just shut up." Mark turned and bolted. He ran toward the spot where he had entered the clearing, his boots kicking up clouds of ash that hung in the air like frozen ghosts. He vanished into the blackness beyond the stone ring. I didn't move, I didn't call out, I just counted. 1, 2, 3. A scream ripped through the silence. It wasn't a long scream. It was short, wet, and ended with the sound of something heavy hitting soft earth. Then came the tearing sound, the sill-cripping noise I had heard earlier, followed by a frantic, rhythmic wetness, like a dozen people treading water in a small pool. "They're very fast," I whispered to the fire. A minute later, Mark stumbled back into the light. He wasn't running anymore. He was crawling. His blue backpack was gone. His shirt was shredded, hanging off his shoulders in ribbons, but there was no blood. There were no wounds. Instead, his skin was covered in fine white lines, like the tracings of a frost-covered window. Where the pale things had touched him, they hadn't taken his flesh. They had taken his opacity. His hands were becoming translucent. I could see the ghost of his finger bones, the faint outline of his pulse fluttering in his wrist like a trapped bird. They touched me," he gasped, collapsing by the fire pit. He reached for the warmth, his fingers trembling. "Elias, they touched me and I couldn't feel them. I couldn't feel anything." "They're taking you out of the equation, Mark. They're preparing the soil." Mark looked at his hands and began to cry. It was a horrible, silent weeping. The tears that fell from his eyes weren't salt water. They were clear, viscous droplets that turned into tiny, glowing embers as they hit the ash. "I want to go home," he whimpered. "Please, I just want to go home." I felt a surge of the old David, the man who had watched the fire that wouldn't cast light and wondered about the man with the cedar. I felt a phantom limb of empathy reach out, but it was intercepted by the cold, hollow certainty of the steward. "You can't go home, Mark," I said, and for the first time I felt the truth of it. "But you can stay warm. That's the mercy of this place. It gives you exactly what you asked for, right until the moment it takes everything else. I reached into the fire and pulled out a piece of the amber log. It didn't burn me. It felt like holding a piece of solid sunlight. I held it out to him. "Take it," I said. "What is it?" "It's the memory of the sun. Hold it, and you won't feel the cold when they come back." Mark reached out, his translucent fingers closing around the glowing wood. As he took it, I felt a massive, jarring shift in the atmosphere. The pressure in my ears equalized. The dryness in my throat vanished, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming scent of pine and wet pavement. I looked down at my hands. They were solid. They were tanned. The ash was gone from my skin. I looked at the watch on my wrist. The hands were spinning, but they weren't spinning wildly. They were slowing down. They were ticking toward a real time. I looked at Mark. He was sitting in the lawn chair. He didn't look like a hiker anymore. He looked like a man who had been sitting there for 1,000 years. His flannel shirt was fading into the gray of the chair's webbing. His eyes were fixed on the amber log in his lap, his expression one of profound, terrifying peace. "Alias," he whispered. "No," I said, standing up. My legs felt heavy, but they worked. "My name is David." I backed away from the fire. I expected the cold to hit me. I expected the pale things to lung out of the dark and tear the reality from my bones. But they didn't move. They weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking at Mark's. They were leaning in, their eyeless faces basking in the glow of the amber log he held. They were drawn to the new warmth, the fresh energy he had brought into the hollow. I was no longer relevant. I was a spent match, a discarded husk. "David," Mark called out again, his voice sounding thin, as if it were coming from the bottom of a well. "Where are you going?" "The fire. It's so small. I need more wood." "There is no more wood, Mark," I said, my voice breaking. "There's only you." I turned and ran. I didn't look for a trail. I didn't look for blue blazes. I just ran in the opposite direction of the orange glow. I ran through the bone trees, my shoulders clipping the calcified branches, sending showers of white splinters into the dark. I ran past the cocoons, which were now silent and empty, their milky fluid drying into crusty stains on the ground. The darkness was absolute, but it wasn't the hungry darkness of the hollow. It was the natural darkness of a forest at night. I could smell the rot of actual leaves. I could hear the wind moving through actual needles. I ran until my lungs burned with the sweet, sharp sting of oxygen. I ran until I saw a flicker of light that wasn't orange. It was white, harsh, electric white. It was a pair of headlights. I burst out of the tree line and tumbled onto a gravel shoulder. The impact with the ground was glorious. The pain of the rocks digging into my palms, the grit of the dust in my mouth. It was physical. It was real. A car screeched to a halt a few yards away. A door opened, and a man stepped out, his silhouette framed by the high beams. Hey, buddy, you okay?" I stayed on my knees, gasping for air, my forehead pressed against the cool, damp gravel. I could hear the idle of the engine, the ticking of the cooling metal, the faint sound of a radio playing a top 40 hit. I'm okay," I wheezed. The man walked over to me. He was wearing a windbreaker and holding a thermos. He looked like a man who was driving home from a late shift, a man who had a mortgage and a favorite chair, and a dog named something common. "You look like you've been through a war," the man said, reaching down to help me up. "What happened? You get lost on the loop." I looked at him, and for a second, I saw the fire. I saw the orange glow in the depth of his pupils. I saw the way the darkness of the forest behind him seemed to lean in, curious. I found a campfire, I said, my voice trembling. The man frowned, looking toward the woods. A campfire. Out here, there's a burn ban in effect. High winds. Rangers would have been all over that. It didn't cast any light, I whispered. The man laughed and patted my shoulder. Sure, buddy. Hypothermia does weird things to the brain. Come on, let's get you in the car. I'll drive you down to the station. I let him lead me to the passenger side. I sat in the plush fabric seat, the smell of new car air freshener hitting me like a physical blow. It was so mundane. It was so wonderfully, beautifully boring. As he pulled back onto the road, I looked out the window. The forest was a wall of black, passing by in a blur of motion. You're lucky I was coming by, the man said, flicking on his blinker. Not many people use this road after midnight. Too many stories, you know. Stories, I asked. Yeah, locals call it the Black Hollow. Say people go in and come out talking about fires and ghosts. Just legends, of course. Mostly just people getting turned around in the cedar thickets. I looked down at my wrist. The watch was gone. There was only a pale circle of skin where it had been, a mark of where the time had stopped. I reached into my pocket, my fingers searching for the matchbox. It was gone. But my fingers brushed against something else, something hard, something warm. I pulled it out. It was a small splinter of amber wood. It was no bigger than a fingernail, but it pulsed with a faint, rhythmic orange glow. I looked at the driver. He was humming along to the radio, his eyes fixed on the road. He didn't see the splinter. He didn't see the way the orange light was reflecting off the windshield, creating a tiny, flickering ghost in the glass. Hey, the driver said, glancing over at me. You're shivering. You want me to turn up the heat. I looked at the splinter in my hand. I felt the warmth of it spreading up my arm, a familiar, seductive comfort. I felt the hollow space in my chest begin to ache, a silent, growing hunger that the air of the world couldn't satisfy. Yes, I said, my voice sounding like the grinding of stones. I'd like to be warm. I closed my hand over the splinter. Outside, the stars were beginning to look like cracks in an obsidian sky, and as the car sped into the night, I realized that I hadn't escaped the farm. I had just become the seed. The hum of the heater was a mechanical purr, a synthetic mimicry of the low, organic thrumming that had vibrated through the soil of the hollow. As the vents blasted dry, recycled air against my shins, I felt a phantom itch. It wasn't the skin-crawling sensation of the vines or the calcifying dryness of the ash. It was deeper. It was a cellular recognition. The splinter in my palm didn't just provide warmth, it provided a coordinate. It was a tether, a silver cord made of solidified amber light that stretched back through the miles of dark timber, back to the stone ring, where Mark was currently forgetting the shape of his own name. You okay there, buddy? You're squeezing that hand like you're holding onto a winning lottery ticket, the driver said. His name tag, dangling from the rearview mirror, read Gary. Just cold, I said. The lie tasted like copper. Well, we'll have you at the Chevron in 10 minutes. They've got a pot of coffee that's been brewing since the Ford administration. It'll put some color back in those cheeks. Gary chuckled, a hearty, well-fed sound. He was so dense with reality it made my head ache. To him, the world was a series of linear events: work, drive, coffee, sleep. He didn't understand that the road we were on was merely a crust of asphalt floating on an ocean of conceptual hunger. I looked at the splinter. It wasn't just glowing, it was breathing. Every time I inhaled, the orange light intensified. Every time I exhaled, it dimmed to a dull, bruised purple. It was syncing with my biology, rewiring the rhythm of my heart to match the staccato pulse of the fire that wouldn't cast light. I looked out the window. The trees weren't passing by anymore. Or rather, they were, but they were the wrong trees. The lush, green-black maples and oaks of the roadside were being replaced by the pale, skeletal fingers of the bone trees. They were flickering in and out of existence in the strobe light effect of the car's headlamps. 1 second, a sturdy pine. The next, a white, calcified spire reaching for a sky that had no stars. "Gary," I said softly, "do you see the trees?" The trees, sure, plenty of them. National forest, after all. Why, you a lumberjack in your spare time? "They're turning white, Gary's." Gary glanced sideways at me, his smile faltering just a fraction. The first seed of doubt was being planted. I could see it in the way his grip tightened on the steering wheel. Must be the high beams hitting the birch. Lots of birch up this way. Look, you've had a rough night. Just lean back, close your eyes. I didn't close my eyes. I couldn't. The fire doesn't allow for sleep. It only allows for stasis. I looked at the dashboard. The digital clock was flickering. 12:44, 12:44, 12:44. The colon between the numbers was blinking in time with the splinter in my hand. We weren't moving forward in time. We were circling a drain. "The GPS," I whispered, pointing to the screen mounted on his dash. Gary looked down. The blue line of the highway had vanished. In its place was a solid, glowing orange square. No topographical data, no street names, no distance to destination, just the color of the hearth. "Hug," Gary muttered, tapping the screen with a thick finger. "Signal must be dropping out. These mountains are hell on electronics. Don't worry, I know this road like the back of my hand." He looked at the back of his hand to emphasize the point. He stopped talking. Under the greenish glow of the cabin light, the skin on Gary's hand was beginning to change. It wasn't turning gray like mine had. It was becoming translucent, like frosted glass. I could see the dark, sluggish movement of his blood through his veins. I could see the white flash of his knuckles. "Gary, stop the car," I said. My voice wasn't mine anymore. It was the dry paper rub of the steward. It was the sound of the wind through the hollow. I feel a bit lightheaded," Gary whispered. He didn't step on the brake. His foot seemed to have lost its weight. The car began to drift toward the shoulder, the tires crunching on the gravel I had just escaped from. My hands. David, what's wrong with my hands? "You're paying the toll, Gary. I brought the fire into the car, and now the car is part of the clearing." The headlights flickered and died. The engine gave one final, wheezing gasp and fell silent. We were coasting now, the momentum of our previous reality carrying us a few yards further into the deepening gray. The new car smell was gone, replaced by the scent of wet basement and ancient, sunless dirt. The car came to a halt. The silence that followed was absolute. It wasn't the silence of a quiet night. It was the silence of a vacuum. "I can't feel the steering wheel," Gary said. He sounded remarkably calm, the way people do when their brains simply refuse to process the magnitude of the horror they're experiencing. He lifted his hands. They were almost entirely clear now. I could see the upholstery of the seat through his palms. It's like I'm made of water. I'm just spilling out. "Don't go into the dark," I warned, repeating the mantra of the steward. "Stay in the car. The warmth is still here." I opened my hand. The The splinter was no longer a splinter. It had grown. It was now a jagged shard of amber wood, the size of a dagger, and it was pouring out a heatless orange radiance that filled the cabin. In that light, I saw them. They weren't outside the car anymore. They were pressed against the glass, dozens of them. Their pale, eyeless faces were flattened against the windows, their translucent skin suctioned to the surface. They weren't trying to break in. They were waiting. They were watching the process. They were the harvesters, and Gary was ripening right in front of them. "Who are they?" Gary asked, his voice a mere vibration in the air. "Why are they so white?" "They're what's left when the fire finishes," I said. I felt a terrible, cold clarity. I wasn't the victim anymore. I was the catalyst. I had brought the infection out of the woods, and Gary was the first new host. They're the echoes of everyone who sat in the lawn chair before me, and now they're your neighbors. Gary turned his head toward me. His eyes were gone, not plucked out, but simply faded into the same milky translucence as the rest of his face. He wasn't Gary anymore. He was a sketch of a man, a charcoal drawing left out in the rain. Is it supposed to hurt?" he asked. "No," I said, and I realized I was crying. The tears were clear and viscous. They glowed as they ran down my cheeks. "It doesn't hurt, it just unhappens. You just stop being a who and start being aware." Gary nodded slowly. It was a mechanical, rhythmic motion. He reached out with his glass-like hand and touched the amber shard in my palm. As soon as his fingers made contact, the car vanished. Not the way a vehicle crashes or explodes, but the way a dream dissolves upon waking. The seats, the dashboard, the scent of the air freshener, they all stripped away in layers of gray ash. We were back in the clearings. The stone ring was there. The lawn chair was there. Mark was still there, but he was further along than Gary. Mark was now a shimmering outline, a heat haze in the shape of a hiker, sitting perfectly still as three of the pale things ran their long, needle-like fingers over his shoulders. They were weaving something. They were pulling threads of light out of his chest and spinning them into the air, creating a new canopy of iridescent silk above the fire. I stood up. My boots were gone. My feet were bare, and they were the color of the ash. I felt the vibration of the fire through the soles of my feet, a deep, tectonic thrum that felt like home. Gary was standing next to me, or the thing that had been Gary. He was wandering toward the edge of the circle, his movements jerky and uncertain. One of the pale things detached itself from the perimeter and approached him. It didn't attack. It simply leaned its forehead against his. They stayed like that for a long time, two ghosts sharing a memory of what it felt like to have a pulse. I walked toward the fire pit. The amber log was burning low, its light pulsing with a frantic, hungry rhythm. It needed more than just the memories of a hiker and a driver. It needed the structure. It needed the steward to perform the rite. I looked down at the shard in my hand. It was vibrating so hard it was blurring my vision. "The wood ran out," I whispered. I looked at the lawn chair. It was empty now. Mark had drifted off into the trees, led away by his new companions to find a place to harden, to become a bone tree or a silk spinner. I sat down. The webbing of the chair felt like it was made of my own skin. It fit the curve of my spine with a sickening perfection. I felt the tether snap into place, the gravitational pull of the hollow locking onto my soul. I wasn't David anymore. I wasn't Elias. I was the hearth keep. I leaned forward and placed the amber shard onto the dying embers of the log. The fire didn't flare up. It didn't roar. It simply deepened. The orange turned into a color that didn't have a name, a hue that existed only in the space between heartbeats. The light didn't reach the trees, but it reached into me. It illuminated the dark corners of my own history, finding the moments of shame, the moments of joy, the moments of boredom, and it began to peel them away like old wallpaper. I watched as my first kiss turned into a spark and vanished. I watched as the memory of my father's face crumbled into gray powder. I watched as the feeling of the sun on a summer afternoon was converted into the heatless glow of the amber wood. I was being hollowed out, and it felt wonderful. The thirst I had felt earlier returned, but it wasn't a thirst for water. It was a thirst for more fuel, more souls, more density to feed the insatiable hunger of the center. I looked up. The pale things were all around the circle now, thousands of them, their bodies shimmering like pearls in the orange light. They weren't watching me with malice. They were watching me with expectation. I reached into the ash and pulled out a fresh log. It wasn't cedar. It wasn't oak. It was a heavy, dense piece of solidified Tuesday. It was a chunk of Gary's commute, the frustration of a traffic jam turned into a burnable resource. I fed it to the fire. The light intensified. The world outside the 12-foot circle ceased to exist entirely. There was no road. There was no car. There was no chevron with a pot of old coffee. There was only the fire and the dark that got bored if the fire went out. I heard a sound from the trees. It was a soft, rhythmic thudding, the sound of boots on dirt. A new set of vibrations rippled through the air. A new density was approaching. A new lighthouse of biology was wandering into the sea of conceptual rot. I adjusted my seat in the lawn chair. I smoothed the gray ash over my knees. I composed my face into the expression of a man who had all the time in the world, because time was the very thing I was currently burning. A figure emerged from the bone trees. It was a woman. She was wearing a bright red windbreaker that looked like a wound against the gray landscape. She was holding a map, her brow furrowed in a mixture of confusion and mounting terror. She stopped at the edge of the light, her eyes darting from the fire to me. "Hello," she called out. Her voice was full of the living, wet, organic, and impossibly loud. I think I'm lost. I was looking for the ridge trail, but the markers, they just stopped." I looked at her. I saw the heat of her blood. I saw the richness of her memories, the way she loved her sister, the way she hated the smell of wet wool, the way she felt when she won a race in the 3rd grade. It was all so much fuel. I felt the splinter of amber in my chest pulse with a sudden, sharp hunger. "The markers don't move," I said, my voice sounding like the rustle of dry leaves. "The world just stops agreeing with them." I saw the flicker of primal terror in her eyes. I saw the animal instinct screaming at her to run. But I also saw the weight of the orange light beginning to settle on her eyelids, tethering her gaze to the dancing, heatless flames. "Come in," I said, gesturing to the stump across from me. "Sit down. Stay warm. It's a long night and the wood is almost gone." She hesitated, her hand gripping the strap of her bag. She looked into the dark behind her, where the pale things were already beginning to sway in unison, their wet skin reflecting the orange glow in tiny, needle-point dots. She stepped into the circle. I smiled, and as I did, I felt a tooth fall out and land silently in the ash. It didn't matter. I didn't need to eat. I only needed to watch. "You been out here long?" she asked, her voice trembling as she sat on the stump. "Long enough to forget the way back," I said. And as she reached out her hands to the fire, I felt the cycle begin anew. I wasn't a man anymore. I wasn't even a steward. I was the fire itself, waiting for the next piece of the world to be offered up to the flame that wouldn't cast light. The woman's name was Sarah. She didn't tell me that, not with her voice, which was currently busy rattling against her teeth in a rhythmic, percussive shiver. I knew it because the fire knew it. As she leaned toward the amber glow, the air between us began to thicken with the evaporated essence of her identity. I could smell the phantom scent of her childhood home, lilacs and old floor wax, and I could see the shimmering, ghostly outlines of her graduation day bleeding out of her pores like steam. I was just following the blue blazes, she whispered, her eyes locked on the core of the log. The trail was right there, and then the trees, they started looking like they were made of salt. Salt is a good word for it, I said. My tongue felt heavy, like a piece of waterlogged wood, but it's closer to bone, or memory without the blood to keep it soft. She looked up at me then, and for a fleeting second, the sheer, vibrant green of her irises made my chest ache. It was a color that didn't belong in the black hollow. It was too loud, too demanding. It reminded me of things I had already lost: the taste of an apple, the sting of cold rain, the sound of a woman laughing in a crowded room. Your eyes, she breathed, her horror finally overriding her exhaustion. They're glowing. I didn't blink, I couldn't remember how. It's just the reflection, Sarah. She froze, the sound of her name, spoken by a stranger in a place that didn't exist on any map, acted like a physical blow. She scrambled backward, her heels digging into the ash, kicking up a cloud of gray dust that hung in the air like static. How do you know my name? I didn't tell you my name. The fire told me, I said, and the honesty of it was the cruelest thing I had ever uttered. It's reading you, Sarah. It's reading the chapters of your life and turning the pages into heat. You feel it, don't you? That heaviness in your limbs. That's not tired. That's the world letting go of you. She tried to stand, but her legs buckled. The density of the clearing was like a physical weight, a gravity that only affected the living. The more real you were, the harder the hollow pulled at you. To the pale things standing in the tree line, the ground was as light as air. But to Sarah, every square inch of the soil was a magnet pulling at the iron in her blood. Help me, she gasped, reaching out a hand. Her fingers were already starting to lose their definition at the tips, blurring into the gray-white haze of the background. Please, I have a daughter. She's waiting at the trailhead. She's only 6. The mention of the child sent a ripple through the fire. The flames turned a violent, bruised crimson for a heartbeat. The fire loved legacy. It loved the threads that connected one life to another, because those threads were the strongest fuel. If it could pull on the daughter through the mother, it could feed for a century. I felt a surge of something, a vestige of David, the man who had tried to save Mark. It was a cold, sharp spark of resistance buried deep beneath the amber ash of my new soul. Don't let it take the child, the spark hissed. I leaned forward, the plastic of the lawn chair groaning. Sarah, listen to me. You have to give it something else. Right now, you have to give it a memory you don't want, something heavy, something dark. If you don't feed it a choice, it will take everything by force. I don't understand, she sobbed. She was looking at her hands. The red of her windbreaker was fading, the vibrant nylon turning the color of a moth's wing. Think of something you hate, I commanded, my voice cracking like a dry branch. A moment of shame. A person who hurt you. Find the weight of it in your mind and push it toward the flame. Do it now, or you'll never see the trailhead again. She closed her eyes, her face contorting in concentration. I watched as a dark, oily smoke began to rise from her brow. It was thick and foul-smelling, the scent of a bitter divorce, of words said in anger that could never be taken back. It poured out of her in a sluggish stream, drawn toward the amber log like iron filings to a magnet. The fire hissed as the smoke touched the embers. A flash of jagged, purple light illuminated the clearing, and for a second I saw the faces of the pale things clearly. They were grinning. They loved the bitter stuff. It had a higher caloric value than the happy memories. Sarah slumped forward, gasping. The color returned to her jacket, not all of it, but enough to make it look pink instead of gray. Her eyes cleared. "It's gone," she whispered. "The way he looked at me that night. I can't remember his face. I can't remember what he said." "Good," I said, though my heart felt like a light weight. "That bought you an hour, maybe two." "I have to go," she said, her voice regaining some of its frantic edge. She tried to rise again, and this time she managed to get to her knees. "I have to get out of here before it takes anything else." "You can't leave the way you came," I told her. I looked at the bone trees behind her. They had shifted. They were no longer a forest. They were a ribcage, a vaulted ceiling of calcified wood that stretched upward into an infinite, starless void. "The path you took is gone. The hollow has already digested it." "Then how?" she cried, her voice breaking. "There has to be a way out." I looked at the shard in my hand. It was no longer a splinter, but a jagged, glowing rod of amber. I could feel the pulse of the entire forest through it. I could feel the road where Gary's car was still dissolving into the mist. I could feel the stone ring where Mark was becoming a pillar of salt. "There is a way," I said softly, "but it requires a trade." I stood up. The movement was agonizing. My joints felt like they were filled with sand. I walked toward the edge of the firelight where the darkness was thick enough to touch. The pale things parted for me, their eyeless heads bowing in a terrifying display of reverence. They recognized the shard. They recognized the steward. "Follow me," I said, "and don't look at their faces. If you look at them, they'll see the space where your memories used to be, and they'll try to fill it with their own." We walked into the gray. The transition was seamless. One moment we were in the warmth of the fire, and the next we were wading through a forest of silence. The bone trees didn't rustle. There was no wind. The only sound was the crunch of our feet on the ash, a sound that seemed to happen seconds after we took a step, as if the world were struggling to keep up with our movements. Sarah walked close behind me, her hand gripping the back of my shirt. Her touch was electric, a jolt of pure, raw life that made my skin crawl. To her, I must have felt like a corpse. To me, she felt like a sun. "Where are we going?" she whispered. "To the border," I said, "the place where the light that doesn't cast light meets the light that does." We passed a tree that had a face carved into its trunk. No, not carved. The face was part of the wood, the features stretched and distorted as if the person had been pulled through a keyhole. It was Gary. His mouth was open in a silent, eternal scream, and his eyes were two knots of dark sap. Sarah gasped and pulled away, her eyes wide. "Don't look," I warned. "He's just a marker now. He's the reason the road stays lost." We kept moving. The air began to change. It grew thinner, colder, but it also started to smell of pine and damp earth, the smells of the real world. I saw a flicker of something in the distance, a flash of blue. "The trail," Sarah cried. She broke into a run, her boots thudding against the ground. "Wait," I shouted, but my voice was too weak. She reached the blue blaze, a rectangular mark painted on a sturdy, living oak tree. She threw her arms around the trunk, sobbing with relief. But as she touched the tree, the blue paint began to smoke. The bark beneath her hands turned gray. The rot was spreading from her, carried by the hunger she had brought with her from the clearing. She screamed as the tree began to wither. The forest around us started to groan, a deep, tectonic sound of a predator realizing its prey was escaping. "The trade, Sarah," I yelled, stumbling toward her. The shard in my hand was glowing white-hot now, vibrating with a frequency that threatened to shatter my bones. "You can't take the life back with you. You have to leave the weight." The pale things were closing in. They weren't drifting anymore. They were sprinting, their long limbs blurring in the gray mist. They were the hounds of the hollow, and they had been cheated of a meal. Sarah looked at me, her face pale. "What do I do?" "Your jacket," I said, "the red. It's the last thing that connects you to the light. Give it to the trees." She didn't hesitate. She ripped the windbreaker off, her movements frantic. As she threw it onto the gray soil, the fabric didn't just lay there. It was consumed. The ash rose up like a wave, swallowing the red nylon, digesting the color until only a dull, colorless rag remained. The rot stopped. The oak tree stopped turning gray. The blue blaze remained, a flickering neon sign in the dark. "Go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Run toward the blue. Don't stop until you hear the sound of a car." She looked at me, and for a second, I saw the David I used to be reflected in her eyes. She saw the monster I was becoming, the ash-skinned thing sitting in the lawn chair, and she saw the man who had traded his soul to give her an hour. "Thank you," she said. She turned and ran. I watched her disappear into the real trees, her form becoming a blur of motion as she crossed the threshold back into the world of time and shadows. I stood alone at the border. The pale things stopped at the edge of the bone trees. They didn't cross into the living forest. They didn't have to. They knew I would come back. I had the shard. I had the hunger. I looked down at my hands. They were almost entirely translucent now. I could see the gray ground through my palms. I wasn't a man who had escaped the farm. I was the farm's new reach. I was the hand it used to pull the world into the dark. I turned around and began the long walk back to the clearing. The walk felt shorter this time. The hollow was folding itself around me, welcoming its steward home. When I reached the stone ring, the fire was a tiny, dying spark, a single orange eye watching me from the depths of the ash. I sat down in the lawn chair. I picked up a piece of the red windbreaker that had drifted into the circle. It was small, no bigger than a fingernail. I held it over the spark. "I'm sorry, Sarah," I whispered. I dropped the red scrap into the fire. The flame roared to life, a towering column of heatless, orange light that pierced the obsidian sky. The pale things began to sing, a sound like the rubbing of dry stones, a chorus of the forgotten. I leaned back and closed my eyes. I didn't need to see. I could feel the next one coming. Miles away, a man was taking a wrong turn. A hiker was losing the trail. A driver was wondering why his GPS had gone dark. I reached into the ash and pulled out a fresh log of Sarah's sacrifice. It was heavy. It was warm. It would burn for a long, long time. Life fed the fire. And in the deep, silent center of the black hollow, the fire that wouldn't cast light grew a little brighter, waiting for the world to come and be warm. The crackle of Sarah's windbreaker was different from the heavy thud of Tuesday. It sounded like a high-pitched whistle, a frantic, synthetic scream as the polymer fibers surrendered to the amber core. The flame didn't just grow, it sharpened. The orange light became a series of jagged blades that sliced through the gray fog, pushing the perimeter of the circle out by another 3 feet. I watched the smoke. It wasn't gray like the ash. It was a deep, bruised violet, twisting upward in a spiral that seemed to mimic the double helix of the life she had nearly forfeited. I could feel the resonance of her relief, that sudden, cool wash of safety she was currently feeling as her boots hit the asphalt of a real road. That relief was a seasoning. The fire drank it in, turning the violet smoke into a shimmering mist that settled on the pale things. They inhaled it, their ribcage expanding with a wet, clicking sound. They were feasting on the echoes of a woman who was no longer there. I looked down at my lap. My hands were no longer just translucent, they were beginning to hum. A low-frequency vibration was radiating from my bones, a sound that felt like a distant hive of bees. I gripped the arms of the lawn chair, and the plastic didn't just bend, it bonded. The molecules of the chair were beginning to entangle with the molecules of my thighs. The boundary between the observer and the observation was failing. "Is it enough?" I asked the fire. My voice didn't come from my throat anymore. It vibrated out of the center of my chest, a tectonic rumble that made the ash dance in symmetrical patterns around my feet. The fire didn't answer in words, it answered in weight. Suddenly, the density of the clearing tripled. The air became as thick as cold honey. I tried to lift my head, but the gravity of the hollow was pinning me to the chair, demanding that I remain a fixed point in a shifting geography. The bone trees began to vibrate in sympathy with my bones. The entire landscape was a tuning fork, and the fire was the hand that had struck it. A pale thing drifted closer than the others. It was taller than the rest, its skin draped over its frame like wet parchment over a cage of wire. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, undulating surface where features should be, but as it stepped into the orange light, a mouth began to tear itself open. It wasn't a biological mouth, it was a rift in the gray. "The steward is hungry," the thing hissed. The sound wasn't speech. It was the friction of air moving through a void. "I don't want to eat," I said, my teeth buzzing against each other. "I just want to sit. I just want the night to end." "The night is the only thing. That is real," the thing replied, moving with a jerky, stop-motion grace. It reached out a long, tapering finger and pointed at the fire. "The light is a lie. We tell the dark to keep it interested." It leaned over the flames, and for a second I thought it was going to extinguish them. Instead, it reached into the very heart of the amber glow and pulled out a handful of white-hot coals. It didn't burn. It didn't flinch. It held the glowing embers toward me like a dark communion. "Fight," it commanded. The shard in my chest throbbed with a sudden, agonizing heat. My stomach cramped, a hollow, echoing void opening up inside me that felt like it could swallow the world. It wasn't a hunger for bread or meat. It was a hunger for meaning. I looked at the embers in the creature's hand, and I saw fragments of things I hadn't thought about in years. I saw the smell of my mother's perfume. I saw the way the light hit the kitchen table on a Sunday afternoon. I saw the first time I ever felt truly alone. The creature was offering me my own history, refined and concentrated into burnable carbon. I reached out, my hand moved of its own accord, the fingers elongated and pale, matching the creature's own. I took the embers. They felt like ice-cold needles pressing into my palm. I didn't put them in my mouth. I pressed them against my chest, right where the amber shard sat beneath my skin. The world vanished in a whiteout of pure sensation. I wasn't in the clearing anymore. I was in a hallway. It was a long, narrow corridor lined with doors, and every door was a different shade of gray. I could hear voices behind them, thousands of them, a low murmur of a billion lives being lived simultaneously. I walked down the hall, my feet making no sound on the carpet of ash. I stopped at a door labeled David. I reached for the handle, but my hand passed right through it. I wasn't David. David was the fuel. I was the furnace. I looked through the wood of the door as if it were glass. Inside, I saw a man sitting at a desk, staring at a computer screen. He looked tired. He looked bored. He was thinking about what he wanted for dinner. He was thinking about a girl he used to know in high school. He was utterly, beautifully mundane. I felt a surge of loathing for him. How could he be so heavy? How could he carry all that reality around without realizing how fragile it was? He was a walking mountain of Tuesday, and he didn't even know he was being mined. I reached out and touched the image of him. The moment my fingers made contact, the room began to smoke. The man at the desk looked up, his brow furrowing. He sniffed the air. He looked toward the door, toward me, but he couldn't see me. He could only see the absence of light where I stood. "Is someone there?" he asked. His voice was a thin, tinny sound, like a recording played from a long way off. I pulled. I didn't mean to, but the hunger was a vacuum. I pulled on his boredom. I pulled on his memory of the girl. I pulled on the very concept of his dinner. I felt them slide out of him like silk threads, hot and vibrant and full of the wet energy of the living world. The man slumped in his chair. He didn't die, he just became less. The room around him lost its color. The computer screen flickered and went gray. The smell of his coffee evaporated. I pulled until the door labeled David turned into bonewood. I blinked and I was back in the lawn chair. The pale thing was gone. The fire was roaring, the flames now a brilliant, blinding gold that reached toward the canopy of the ribcage trees. I felt full. I felt heavy. I felt like a god made of trash and static. I looked at the fire and saw the man at the desk burning in the center. He wasn't screaming. He was just flickering, a loop of a life being played back at triple speed. Every time the loop finished, the fire grew. "The markers don't move," I whispered to the empty air. "The world just stops agreeing with them." I realized then what the black hollow was. It wasn't a place. It wasn't a dimension. It was a digestive system. It was the way the universe processed the excess of existence. There was too much being, too much happening, and the hollow was the drain where the overflow went to be broken down into the raw, unformed dark that sat beneath the foundation of everything. And I was the stopper in the drain. I heard a new sound. It wasn't boots on dirt. It wasn't the rustle of leaves. It was the sound of an engine. A low, mechanical thrumming was vibrating through the ground, a rhythmic pulse that didn't belong in the silence. It was coming from the direction of the road that shouldn't exist, the road that had been digested hours ago. I stood up, my legs were stiff, the plastic of the chair finally snapping away from my skin with a sound like tearing paper. I walked to the edge of the circle, the amber light clinging to my heels like a shadow that had forgotten how to fall. Through the bone trees, I saw two twin spears of white light. Headlights. They were cutting through the gray mist, two violent stabs of artificial reality that made the pale things shriek and scatter into the deeper dark. The engine sound grew louder, a heavy diesel growl that felt like a hammer against my eardrums. A truck emerged from the mist. It was an old tow truck, rusted and battered, with a heavy iron winch on the back. It didn't slow down as it approached the clearing. It accelerated, the tires churning up the ash in great gray plumes. It screeched to a halt exactly 12 feet from the fire, the front bumper kissing the edge of the light. The engine died, but the headlights stayed on, blinding me. I shielded my eyes with a hand that was now entirely gray, the skin the texture of a hornet's nest. The door of the truck creaked open. A man stepped out. He wasn't a pale thing. He wasn't a victim. He was wearing a grease-stained jumpsuit and a cap pulled low over his eyes. He smelled of tobacco, old sweat, and something sharp and chemical, the smell of a mechanic who worked on machines that didn't run on gasoline. He didn't look at the fire. He didn't look at the pale things. He walked straight toward me, his boots heavy and purposeful. "Shift's over," he said. His voice was like gravel in a blender. I stared at him. "Who are you?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He lit one with a Zippo that flared with a normal blue and yellow flame. The smell of the tobacco was so real it made my head spin. It was a punch of now in a world of was. "I'm the guy who hauls away the scrap," he said, exhaling a cloud of blue smoke. He pointed at the fire. "That thing's running too hot. You're overfeeding it. You keep this up, you'll burn a hole right through the floor, and then we've all got a problem." I was just trying to keep it lit," I stammered. "The dark, it gets bored." The mechanic spat on the ash. "The dark is fine. The dark is a professional. It's you amateurs that make a mess of things. You get a little bit of amber in your chest and you think you're the sun. You're not the sun, kid. You're a pilot light." He walked past me and stood over the fire. He didn't use a shovel or a poker. He reached into the flames with a gloved hand and grabbed the amber log, the one made of Sarah's sacrifice. He pulled it out of the fire as if it were a piece of cold driftwood. The fire gasped. The light dimmed instantly, dropping from a roar to a flicker. The bone trees seemed to line in, their branches reaching for the sudden vacuum of energy. "Hey," I shouted, a sudden, panicked protectiveness surging through me. "That's mine. I earned that." The mechanic turned, the glowing log held casually at his side. The light from the wood reflected in his eyes, but they didn't glow. They stayed flat, brown, and tired. You didn't earn anything. You just happened to be the loudest thing in the woods when the last guy checked out, and now you're making a mess of the schedule. He walked back to the tow truck and tossed the amber log into the bed. It landed with a heavy clack against a pile of other glowing shapes, fragments of roads, pieces of houses, the shimmering husks of memories that hadn't quite been burned away. "What are you doing with those?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Recycling," he said, climbing back into the cab. "The hollow takes the meat, but it can't digest the bone. I take the bone back to the forge. We melt it down, turn it into something else. Maybe a new trailhead, maybe a fresh set of blue blazes for some other idiot to follow." He started the engine. The diesel roar filled the clearing, shaking the very foundations of the dark. "Wait," I ran toward the truck, my hand reaching for the rusted door handle. "Take me with you. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go back." The mechanic looked down at me through the open window. He took a long drag of his cigarette and blew the smoke into my face. "You can't go back, David," he said. "You've got too much ash in your lungs. You try to walk into the light now, you'll just turn into a shadow. You'd be a ghost in your own life. Trust me, it's a bad way to live." "Then what do I do?" I cried, the desperation finally breaking through the gray numbness of my mind. He put the truck in gear. "You do your job. You keep the fire small. You keep the density low. And for God's sake, stop talking to the trees. They aren't listening. They're just waiting for you to trip." He slammed the door and floored the accelerator. The The tow truck roared forward, turning in a wide arc that sent ash flying into the fire. I dived out of the way as the rusted bumper swung past my head. I watched the red taillights disappear into the mist. They didn't fade, they just winked out, as if the truck had driven off the edge of the world. Silence returned to the black hollow. But it was a different kind of silence now. It was heavier, expectant. I turned back to the fire. It was tiny now, a single, pulsing ember sitting in the center of the stone ring. The pale things were moving in, their long fingers twitching. They sensed the weakness. They sensed the lack of a steward. I looked at the lawn chair. It was mangled, the plastic melted and warped into the shape of my own body. I sat down. I didn't reach for a log. I didn't look for a Tuesday or a memory. I just sat there, my hands folded in my lap, watching the single ember pulse. Keep it small, the mechanic had said. I realized then that the fire wasn't just a tool, it was a boundary. As long as it burned, there was a here and a there. There was a circle of light and a sea of dark, but if the fire went out, the circle would vanish. The here would become part of the everywhere. And I would finally be able to see what was standing behind the trees. I reached out and cupped my hands around the ember. I could feel its heat, faint and flickering. It felt like a heartbeat. Okay, I whispered, small. I can do small. I looked up at the pale things. They were standing at the very edge of the ash, their sightless heads tilted in unison. They weren't waiting for me to feed the fire anymore. They were waiting for me to let it die. I looked at the shard in my hand. It was dimming, the white-hot core fading to a dull, bruised purple. The connection was fraying. The hollow was losing its grip on me, or perhaps it was simply finding a new way to hold on. In the distance, I heard a sound. It wasn't a truck, it wasn't a hiker. It was the sound of a telephone ringing. It was faint, muffled by layers of ash and bonewood, but it was unmistakable. The shrill, electronic chirp of a cell phone. I stood up, my heart, or the thing that was now my heart, hammering against my ribs. The sound was coming from the ash heap near the edge of the clearing. I walked toward it, my feet sinking deep into the gray dust. I began to dig, my fingers clawing through the remains of burned-out Tuesdays and forgotten Wednesdays. The ringing grew louder. I pulled out a rectangular object. It was a phone. It was encased in a thick, waterproof case, and the screen was cracked, but it was alive. The caller ID said, "Mom." I stared at the screen. The light from the phone was blue, a sharp, piercing blue that felt like a needle in my eye. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I swiped the screen. "Hello," I whispered. There was a burst of static, a sound like 1,000 dry leaves being crushed at once, and then, through the noise, a voice. "David, David, is that you? We've been looking everywhere. The ranger found your car. They said the road just stops. Where are you, honey? Please just tell me where you are." I looked around at the bone trees. I looked at the pale things. I looked at the dying ember in the center of the circle. "I'm at the Chevron," I lied, the words tasting like copper and ash. I stopped for coffee. I'll be home soon, I promise." "David, the Chevron has been closed for 10 years, she said, her voice breaking into a sob. "What are you talking about?" I looked at the phone. The blue light was starting to fade. The screen was flickering, the pixels dissolving into gray static. "The coffee was old," I said. but the fire was warm. The phone died. I stood in the center of the clearing, holding the dead piece of plastic. The pale things were no longer standing, they were kneeling. The ember in the fire pit gave one last, frantic pulse and went out. The darkness didn't fall, it rose. It surged up from the ground like a black tide, swallowing the stone ring, the lawn chair, and the bone trees. It swallowed the pale things. It swallowed the memory of the truck. And for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid. Because in the perfect, absolute dark of the black hollow, I realized that I didn't need the fire to see. I was the fire, and I was finally casting a light that no one would ever have to see. The phone in my hand didn't just go dark, it dissolved. The plastic turned into a fine black silt that slipped through my fingers like hourglass sand, joining the infinite carpet of ash at my feet. I stood there, my arms still crooked as if pressing a ghost to my ear, listening to the echo of my mother's sob. It was a sound that didn't belong here. It was too wet, too heavy with the salt of a living world. In the black hollow, emotions were supposed to be dehydrated, cured into the leathery husks the pale things traded like currency. The fire was dead. The stone ring was nothing more than a jagged crown on a hill of gray. I expected the cold to claim me then. I expected the towering bone trees to step forward and crush the remaining David out of my frame. But the dark that rose wasn't cold. It was pressurized. It felt like being submerged in deep water, a heavy, velvet weight that pressed against my eyes and filled my lungs. I looked down at my chest. The amber shard wasn't glowing anymore. It had turned into a hollow cavity, a window into a furnace that had gone cold, and yet I could see. I could see the pale things clearly now, though there was no light source to define them. They weren't just gray shapes, they were intricate maps of loss. One of them, the one that had been kneeling closest to the phone, had the faint outline of a wedding ring etched into its translucent skin, a phantom limb of a life it no longer possessed. They weren't monsters, they were just the leftovers. They were the parts of people that didn't fit into the narrow, brightly lit corridors of the world above. The steward has integrated, a voice whispered. It didn't come from the things. It came from the ground. It came from the very air I was breathing. I took a step. I didn't feel the snap of twigs or the crunch of ash. I felt the vibration of every memory currently being digested within a 5-mile radius. I felt a child's lost toy in a basement 3 towns over. I felt the exact moment a man in a nursing home forgot his own name. These things weren't disappearing, they were falling into me. I wasn't a pilot light anymore. I was the wick. I began to walk. I didn't head toward the road where the tow truck had vanished, and I didn't head back toward the trail with its lying blue blazes. I walked into the thickest part of the bone forest. The trees didn't block my path. They shivered and pulled their calcified roots back, creating a hallway of ivory ribs that groaned in the windless dark. As I walked, the geography began to betray its true nature. The forest wasn't a forest. It was a filing cabinet. Each tree was a pillar of compressed data, the discarded fragments of reality that the world didn't have room for. I ran my hand along a trunk and felt the sharp, stinging sensation of a failed business lunch from 1994. I touched another and heard the muffled sound of a radio playing a song that had never topped the charts, a melody that had died in the throat of its creator. Why me? I asked. My voice didn't sound like mine anymore. It had the resonant, hollow quality of a bell struck underwater. A pale thing drifted alongside me. It didn't have a mouth anymore. It had simply become a smudge of movement in my peripheral vision. Because you looked. For the fire, it vibrated. Most just run. From the dark, you tried to own it. The path opened up into a wide, flat expanse that looked like a frozen lake made of obsidian. In the center of the lake stood a structure that defied the logic of the hollow. It wasn't made of bone or ash. It was made of glass, thousands of panes of stained glass, all of them different shades of gray, amber, and a sickening, bruised violet. It looked like a cathedral built by a blind architect. This was the forge the mechanic had mentioned. I walked onto the obsidian. My reflection was there, but it wasn't David. It was a tall, flickering silhouette with a hole where its heart should be. I reached the doors of the glass cathedral and pushed. They swung open with a sound like 1,000 mirrors shattering. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt sugar. There were rows upon rows of conveyor belts, but they weren't moving. They were suspended in time, carrying the bones of the world. I saw a rusted bicycle. I saw a stack of unread love letters. I saw a pair of shoes that had walked 1,000 miles to nowhere. At the far end of the hall, the mechanic was standing over a vat of liquid shadow. He had his cap pulled low, and the cigarette was still dangling from his lip, the smoke curling upward to join the swirling clouds in the rafters. "You're late for your second shift," he said without turning around. "I don't want the shift," I said, my voice echoing off the glass walls. "I want to know how to stop this. My mother, she's still calling. The world is still there." The mechanic laughed, a dry, hacking sound that ended in a cough. He turned around, leaning his elbows on the edge of the vat. "The world is always there, kid. That's the problem. It's too much. It's bloated. It's a giant, wet sponge that keeps soaking up being until it's too heavy to spin. We're the ones who squeeze it out. We're the ones who keep the weight manageable." He gestured to the vat. "Look in there." I stepped to the edge. The liquid wasn't black. It was a swirling kaleidoscope of every color I had ever seen, but so concentrated they canceled each other out. It was the raw essence of experience, stripped of its names and its dates. "That's Sarah," he said quietly. I flinched. "What?" "Not all of her," he corrected, flicking an ash into the vat. "Just the part that stayed behind. The part that gave up so you could sit in a plastic chair and feel sorry for yourself. We're distilling her, turning her into the ink for a new map, turning her into the smell of rain for a kid who's about to have a really bad day. It's a cycle, David. Nothing is wasted, but nothing stays the same." "You're turning people into weather," I whispered. "I'm turning was into might be," he said. He reached out and grabbed my wrist. His grip was like iron, but it wasn't hot. It was heavy, but the system is clogged. The steward before you, the one who checked out, he got greedy. He started keeping the good stuff. He started building a horde of Tuesday in the clearing. That's why the fire was so bright. That's why the hollow felt so hungry. It was constipated. He let go of my wrist, and I saw a smudge of grease on my gray skin. "You let the fire go out," he continued, nodding approvingly. "That was the first smart thing you did. You let the pressure equalize. But now you've got to do the hard part." "Which is?" He pointed toward a massive iron crank set into the floor behind the vat. It was covered in rust and wrapped in chains made of human hair. You have to drain the sump. You have to let the excess flow back into the foundation. If you don't, the hollow will burst. It'll bleed into the real world. You think your mom is sad now. Wait until she wakes up and her house is made of bone wood and her memories are being eaten by things that don't have faces. I looked at the crank. I looked at the vast, silent cathedral of discarded things. I felt the weight of the phone call still vibrating in the marrow of my arms. "If I do this," I asked, "do I get to go home?" The mechanic took a long, final drag of his cigarette and crushed it out on the palm of his hand. Define home, David. You've already breathed the ash. You've already seen the plumbing of the universe. You go back there now, and you'll see the cracks in everything. You'll see the way the light is just a thin coat of paint over the dark. You'll hear the engine of the hollow humming under every conversation. He stepped aside, clearing the way to the crank. There is no back, he said. There's only through. I walked toward the crank. The chains of hair hissed as I approached, a soft, communal whisper of a million voices praying for an end. I reached out and gripped the iron handles. They were freezing, the kind of cold that bonds skin to metal instantly. I pulled. At first, nothing happened. The world felt rigid, a solid block of unyielding gray. I planted my feet on the obsidian floor and threw my entire weight backward. I felt the shard cavity in my chest flare with a cold, blue light, the same blue as the phone screen. The crank groaned. A slow, grinding sound echoed through the cathedral, the sound of tectonic plates shifting. The chains began to unravel, the hair snapping and flying into the air like dead leaves. Keep pulling, the mechanic shouted. I pulled until my muscles felt like they were tearing away from the bone. I pulled until the glass walls of the cathedral began to crack. I pulled until I wasn't David anymore, until I was just a force of nature, a counterweight to the entropy of the world. With a final, violent thud, the crank turned. Below us, a great drain opened. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling of sudden, terrifying lightness. The liquid in the vat began to swirl, a violent whirlpool of color and memory that screamed as it was sucked down into the depths. The conveyor belts began to move, dumping the bones, the bicycles, the letters, the shoes into the abyss. The cathedral began to dissolve. The glass panes shattered outward, not into shards, but into butterflies of gray light that fluttered away into the dark. The obsidian floor beneath my feet turned to liquid, and I began to sink. I looked at the mechanic. He wasn't sinking. He was leaning against the air, watching me with those tired, brown eyes. What happens now? I yelled over the roar of the vanishing world. He tipped his cap to me. Now the world gets a little lighter, and you get to see the sunrise. Just remember, kid, the light isn't a lie. It's just a temporary arrangement. The darkness rushed up to meet me. I fell through layers of was and never been. I fell through the smell of my mother's perfume and the sound of a lawnmower on a Sunday afternoon. I fell through the cold, amber light of the clearing and the suffocating weight of the plastic chair. And then I hit the water. It was cold, shockingly, beautifully cold. It was wet. It was real. I broke the surface, gasping for air that didn't taste like ash. My lungs burned with the sudden intake of oxygen. I flailed, my hands striking something hard and cold. Stone. I hauled myself upward, my fingers gripping wet moss and jagged granite. I crawled out of the water and collapsed onto a bank of dirt. I lay there for a long time, my heart, a real, fleshy heart, thudding against the ground. I opened my eyes. The sky wasn't gray. It was a deep, bruised purple, the very first hint of dawn bleeding over the horizon. I was lying on the bank of a small creek. A few yards away, a hiking trail wound its way through a forest of pine and oak, real trees, trees with needles and bark and sap. I looked at my hands. They were pale, trembling, and covered in mud, but they were flesh. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against something hard and rectangular. I pulled it out. It was the phone. The screen was cracked, and the battery was at 1%. I looked toward the trail. Standing there, illuminated by the weak, early light, was a marker. It wasn't a bone tree. It was a simple wooden post with a blue blaze painted on it. I stood up, my legs shaking. I felt light. I felt impossibly, dangerously thin. I walked toward the trail, my boots squelching in the mud. As I reached the marker, I stopped. I reached out and touched the blue paint. It felt like a lie. It felt like a thin coat of color over a vast, yawning void. I could hear it, the low, mechanical thrumming of the engine deep beneath the dirt. I looked back at the creek. The water was clear, reflecting the growing light of the sun. But for a second, just a flicker, I didn't see my reflection. I saw a silhouette with a hole in its chest, holding a handful of embers. My phone buzzed in my hand, one last message. It wasn't from my mother. It was a text from an unknown number. Shift's over, don't forget to clock out. I looked up, the sun broke over the ridge, a violent, golden explosion that washed the world in color. It was beautiful, it was warm, it was everything I had wanted. But as I stepped onto the trail and began the long walk back toward the road, I didn't look at the sun. I kept my eyes on the shadows. Because now I knew what they were. They weren't just the absence of light. They were the places where the world was still being processed, and I could feel them, the millions of tiny drains scattered across the landscape, whispering, waiting for the next bit of excess to fall through. I reached the trailhead an hour later. My car was there, just as I had left it, the windows covered in a fine layer of dew. But next to it, parked in the gravel, was an old, rusted tow truck. The cab was empty. The engine was cold. But in the bed of the truck, tucked among the chains and the rusted tools, was a single, white-hot ember, pulsing in the morning light. I didn't touch it. I didn't call for help. I just got into my car, started the engine, and drove. I drove past the chevron that had been closed for 10 years. I drove past the houses where people were waking up to their Tuesdays, blissfully unaware of the weight they were carrying. I turned on the radio. A song was playing, a melody I recognized but couldn't quite name. It sounded like the wind through a ribcage. I reached up and touched my chest. The skin was smooth. The shard was gone, but when I breathed in, I could still taste the ash. The fire that wouldn't cast light was gone, but the dark had finally found a way to shine. And as I merged onto the highway, the sun at my back, I realized the mechanic was right. I wasn't the sun, I was just a pilot light, and the night was only getting started. The highway stretched out before me like a cauterized vein, black and shimmering under the rising heat of a sun that felt offensive in its brightness. Every billboard I passed felt like a loud, colorful scream, advertisements for insurance, for cheap whiskey, for personal injury lawyers, all of them frantic attempts to fill the silence I had just left behind. My grip on the steering wheel was white-knuckled. My skin felt too tight, as if the David who had crawled out of the black hollow was slightly larger than the David who had walked into it, a soul poorly tailored to its original suit. I reached the outskirts of my hometown by mid-morning. It looked the same, which was the most terrifying thing about it. The golden arches of the McDonald's still hummed with the same artificial promise. The rows of identical suburban houses sat like tombstones over leveled forests. I pulled into my driveway, the gravel crunching under my tires with a sound that made me flinch. It was too loud. Everything was too loud. The chirp of a cricket in the bushes sounded like a rusted hinge swinging in a gale. I sat in the car for a long time, the engine ticking as it cooled. I looked at my house, the peeling white paint, the sagging porch swing, the flower beds my mother had abandoned to the weeds months ago. It looked fragile. It looked like a cardboard set that could be folded up and tucked away into one of the mechanic's filing cabinet trees. I stepped out of the car, my legs feeling heavy and mechanical. As I walked toward the front door, I noticed a smudge on the glass of the storm door, a handprint. It was small, dusty, and gray. I stared at it until my vision blurred, wondering if it was a remnant of my own passage or a calling card from the things that followed the light. Inside, the house smelled of stale air and unwashed laundry. It was the smell of a life on pause. I found my mother in the kitchen. She was sitting at the small wooden table, a mug of tea between her hands. She didn't look up when I entered. She looked diminished, as if the grief had finally started to erode her physical dimensions. "David," she whispered, her voice cracking. "I'm here, Mom," I said. I wanted to hug her, to feel the warmth of another living thing, but I stayed by the door. I was afraid that if I touched her, the cold remaining in my marrow would seep into her bones. I was afraid she would taste the ash. She turned her head slowly, her eyes red-rimmed and hollow. "You didn't answer." I called and called, the phone it just made this sound, like wind. "I lost my way," I said, and it was the truest thing I had ever told her. "But I'm back now." She stood up, her movements shaky, and crossed the kitchen. When she finally wrapped her arms around me, I didn't feel the comfort I expected. I felt the weight of her. I felt the specific, crushing gravity of her loss, the way she was mourning a son who had died years ago and a son who was currently standing in her kitchen, both of them ghosts in different ways. I could feel the excess in her, the heavy, unexpressed sorrow that the black hollow hungered for. "You're cold," she said, pulling back to look at my face. "You're so cold, David. Are you sick?" "Just tired," I lied. "I need to sleep." I went to my room, the room of a man I no longer recognized. There were books on the shelves I didn't remember reading, clothes in the closet that felt like costumes. I lay down on the bed, but I didn't close my eyes. I watched the ceiling. I watched the way the sunlight crawled across the plaster, revealing the cracks and the imperfections. Then I heard it. It started as a low vibration, a hum that seemed to come from the floorboards. It wasn't a sound of the house settling. It was the rhythmic, industrial thrum of the forge. I sat up, my heart racing. The room was bright, the midday sun pouring through the windows, but the shadows in the corners were deepening. They weren't just dark areas where the light couldn't reach. They were becoming thick, textured. I looked at the shadow cast by my desk chair. It was moving. It wasn't following the laws of optics. It was stretching toward me, a long, thin finger of charcoal-colored void. "Not here," I whispered. "Not yet." I stood up and walked to the window. Down in the street, a mail truck was making its rounds. A neighbor was walking a dog. Everything looked normal, but now I could see the leaks. I saw a patch of sidewalk that seemed to swallow the light, a dark spot that didn't belong to any object. I saw a bird fly through the air and vanish for a split second, flickering out of existence before reappearing 10 feet away. The sump was draining, but the pressure was still equalizing. The through that the mechanic spoke of wasn't a destination, it was a state of being. I spent the next few days in a waking trance. I ate because my body demanded it, but the food tasted like dust. I spoke to my mother, but our conversations felt like scripts being read by actors who had forgotten the plot. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the mechanic to show up in his rusted truck and tell me the second shift was starting. On the fourth night, the phone rang. I was in the basement, moving boxes of my father's old things, trying to stay busy so I wouldn't have to think about the silence. The ring was sharp, piercing the heavy air. I pulled the phone from my pocket. The screen was still cracked, the glass spiderwebbed across the display, but the caller ID didn't show a number. It showed a single word, Steward. I answered it. I didn't say hello. The pressure is rising in Sector 4, a voice said. It wasn't the mechanic. It was a woman's voice, cool, professional, and utterly devoid of life. There's a backup at the intersection of Miller and Fifth. A memory of a first kiss is lodged in the grate. It's causing a localized shadow storm. Fix it. I don't work for you, I said, my voice trembling. You turned the crank, David, the voice replied. You took the weight. You can't just put it down. If you don't clear the grate, the intersection will cease to be. The people there will walk into the dark and they won't come out. Is that what you want? I looked at the concrete wall of the basement. I saw a thin line of gray liquid seeping from a crack near the floor. It wasn't water. It was the concentrated essence of was. How do I fix it? I asked. You have the shard, she said. No, it's gone. It dissolved in the cathedral. The shard isn't an object, David. It's a capacity. Look in the mirror. I hung up and ran to the small, cracked mirror hanging over the laundry sink. I flicked on the bare light bulb. At first, I saw only myself, haggard, pale, eyes sunken. But then I focused. I looked past the reflection, into the space where the light met the dark. In the center of my chest, beneath the skin, there was a faint, rhythmic pulsing. It wasn't a heart. It was a tiny, flickering ember of blue light, the exact color of the dying phone screen. It was the fire that wouldn't cast light. It was the light that consumed rather than revealed. I grabbed my jacket and headed for the door. Where are you going? My mother called from the living room. She was watching TV, the blue light of the screen washing over her face, making her look like one of the pale things from the hollow. I have an errand, I said. Go to sleep, Mom. Don't wait up. I drove to the intersection of Miller and Fifth. It was a quiet part of town, mostly warehouses and empty lots. As I approached, the streetlights began to flicker. The air grew cold, a sudden localized winter that turned my breath into mist. I saw the backup immediately. In the middle of the road, there was a swirling vortex of gray fog. It wasn't wind. It was a physical manifestation of a memory that refused to be forgotten. Inside the fog, I could see flashes of color, a red dress, the taste of peppermint, the sound of a nervous laugh. It was beautiful, but it was jagged. It was tearing at the fabric of the street, the asphalt beginning to crumble into black silt where the fog touched it. I parked the car and stepped out. The pressure was immense. It felt like walking through deep mud. I could hear the pale things whispering in the shadows of the warehouses, their voices a discordant choir of longing. They weren't kneeling now. They were waiting. I walked toward the vortex. As I got closer, the blue light in my chest began to burn. It wasn't painful, but it was intense, a cold heat that radiated through my ribs. I reached into the fog. My hand disappeared into a flurry of sensations. I felt the warmth of a summer night 20 years ago. I felt the terrifying certainty of a heartbeat that wasn't mine. I felt the sharp, metallic tang of a first heartbreak. It was a beautiful, terrible knot of human experience, and it was choking the world. Let go, I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was talking to, the memory itself, or the void trying to swallow it. The blue light in my chest flared, turning my ribs into a glowing cage. I felt the suction begin. It wasn't my hands doing the work. It was the hollow space where the shard had been. I was becoming the drain. The memory didn't vanish, it flowed into me, a cold stream of silver and red that tasted like salt. My vision swam. For a moment, I wasn't David. I was a girl in 1994, leaning against a rusted fender, smelling the ozone of an approaching storm, terrified and electrified by the boy leaning toward her. And then, with a sound like a heavy book closing, the vortex snapped shut. The street was suddenly silent. The fog vanished, leaving behind only a faint scent of rain and a patch of scorched asphalt. The streetlights stopped flickering and settled into a steady, sterile orange hum. I slumped against the hood of my car, gasping. The blue light in my chest dimmed to a low, rhythmic pulse. I felt heavier, as if I'd swallowed a stone. That memory, that first kiss, was inside me now. I could see it whenever I closed my eyes, as vivid as if it were my own. But it wasn't mine. It was a stowaway. My phone buzzed. A clear resume standby. I drove home in a daze, the weight of the girl's memory sitting in the passenger seat like a ghost. I realized then that the mechanic hadn't saved me. He hadn't let me out. He had simply promoted me. I was no longer the fuel. I was the filter. The weeks that followed were a slow descent into a new kind of madness. I became a creature of the periphery. I kept my job at the warehouse, but I stopped speaking to my coworkers. Their voices were too loud, their lives too full of excess, the petty grievances, the unrequited loves, the small shimmering joys that they threw away like candy wrappers. I could see the trails they left behind, faint ribbons of gray smoke that drifted toward the nearest sewer grate or shadowed alley. Sometimes the steward would call. Sometimes it was just a text with coordinates. A park bench in the city where a man had sat for 40 years waiting for a wife who never came. A bridge where a woman had dropped her wedding ring into the water. A nursery where a child had died in its sleep. Each time I would go, each time I would stand in the center of the localized collapse and open the valve in my chest. I would drink the sorrow, the regret, the never-was, and the world around the site would snap back into focus, looking brighter and newer for its loss. But I was becoming a graveyard. My mind was a library of things that didn't happen to me. I knew the exact shade of blue of a tricycle lost in a house fire in 1978. I knew the prayer a soldier whispered in a trench in a war I hadn't studied. I stopped looking in mirrors. The man in the reflection was becoming translucent, his features blurring into a composite of 1,000 strangers. My mother noticed, of course. She tried to reach me, baking pies I wouldn't eat, asking questions I couldn't answer. One evening, she sat me down in the living room. The TV was off, and the silence was so heavy it felt like it was pressing against the windows. "David, look at me," she said. Her voice was trembling. I looked at her and I wished I hadn't. I saw the excess clinging to her like cobwebs. I saw the memory of my brother, the real brother, the one who had died, wrapped around her throat like a gray scarf. It was beautiful. It was the most honest thing in the room, and I knew with a sickening certainty that I could take it. I could reach out, open my chest, and drain her of that grief. She would be happy. She would be light. She would look at his picture and feel nothing but a mild, pleasant confusion. "You're fading away," she whispered, reaching for my hand. I pulled back. "Don't touch me, Mom." "Why? What happened in those woods, David? You came back, but you didn't come back." "I'm working," I said, my voice sounding like it was coming from the bottom of a well. "I'm keeping the lights on." "What lights? It's dark in here. It's always dark now." She stood up, her face contorting with a mix of anger and terror. "I hear you at night, David. I hear you talking to people who aren't there. I hear that humming. It's coming from under the floor. I looked down. She was right. The floorboards were vibrating. The house was built over a fault line of never been, and the pressure was building. I could feel the pale things beneath us, their long, hair-thin fingers scratching at the underside of the wood, begging for the excess I was hoarding. I have to go, I said, standing up so quickly I knocked over my chair. No, you're not leaving again. She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. The contact was like a lightning strike. The blue light in my chest exploded, turning the living room into a landscape of jagged, ultraviolet shadows. My mother screamed, but the sound was muffled, as if she were underwater. I felt the suction begin, the involuntary, predatory pull of the drain. The gray scarf of her grief began to unravel. I saw the memories of my brother, his messy hair, the way he smelled like grass and dirt, the sound of his bike tires on the driveway. All of it began to flow toward me. She was gasping, her eyes wide with a sudden, horrifying emptiness. No, I roared. I clamped my hands over my chest, trying to crush the light, trying to seal the hole. Not her, not this. I threw myself backward, breaking her grip. I stumbled out the front door and into the night, my chest heaving, the blue light leaking through my fingers like glowing blood. I got into my car and drove. I didn't have a destination. I just needed to be away from her, away from anything that felt real. I drove until the houses gave way to trees, until the asphalt turned to gravel and the gravel turned to dirt. I found myself back at the trailhead. The rusted tow truck was still there, parked in the same spot, its engine silent, its bed empty of everything but the cold, pulsing ember. I got out of the car and walked toward the woods. The air was thick with the smell of ash. The trees didn't have leaves, they had shadows. I walked past the blue-blazed marker, past the creek that ran with liquid memory, and back into the clearing. The cathedral was gone. The obsidian floor, the glass walls, the great vats, all of it had vanished. In its place was a vast, open pit. It looked like a quarry, but instead of stone, it was filled with the pale things. Thousands of them, millions, huddling together in the dark, their communal whisper a low, thrumming roar that shook the earth. At the edge of the pit stood the mechanic. He was wearing his grease-stained coveralls, his cap pulled low over his eyes. He was smoking a cigarette, the cherry red tip the only warm color in the world. "Back so soon?" he asked, without looking at me. Usually takes him a few months before they break. "Take it back," I said, stumbling toward him. "I don't want it. I can't hold it all." He took a long drag and exhaled a cloud of gray smoke. "Can't take back a gift, kid, especially not when you worked so hard for." "It's not a gift, it's a curse. I'm erasing people. I'm eating their lives." The mechanic turned to me. His eyes weren't brown anymore. They were flat, silver mirrors reflecting the pit behind him. "You're not erasing them. You're preserving them. You think the world could handle all that weight. You think it could keep spinning if every tear ever shed stayed on the ground. It would drown in a week. We're the plumbers, David. We keep the pipes clear so the sun has a reason to rise." I almost took my mother's soul, I spat. I almost turned her into one of those. I pointed at the pit. "Maybe she'd be happier," the mechanic said softly. "No more crying. No more waiting for a phone to ring. Just the quiet, just the work." "I won't do it." "You already are," he gestured to my chest. "You're full, David. You're a saturated sponge. If you don't squeeze it out, you're going to pop. And when you pop, you won't just take your mother. You'll take the whole town. You'll turn this entire county into a black hollow." I looked down at the pit. The pale things were looking up at me now. They didn't have eyes, but I could feel their hunger. They weren't praying for an end anymore. they were waiting for the feast. How do I squeeze it out? I asked, my voice breaking. The mechanic stepped aside, revealing a small, iron grate at the very edge of the pit. It looked like a storm drain, but it was etched with symbols that made my head ache. You pour it in, he said. You give it to the engine. It's the only way to get light. I walked to the grate. I could feel the memories inside me. The girl's first kiss, the soldier's prayer, the smell of the tricycle. They were all screaming, trying to cling to the walls of my mind. They didn't want to be processed. They wanted to be remembered. If I do this, I said, do I get to go home, truly home? The mechanic laughed, a dry, rattling sound. Kid, you've seen the basement. You can't go back to the living room and pretend there isn't a furnace. You can go back to the house, sure. You can kiss your mom and eat your dinner, but you'll always hear the hum. You'll always see the leaks. I knelt by the grate. I gripped the iron bars, the metal freezing against my palms. I closed my eyes and thought of my mother. I thought of her grief, her love, her stubborn, agonizing hope. I used that thought as a wedge, prying open the valve in my chest. The discharge was violent. A torrent of gray light erupted from my chest, pouring through the grate and into the dark. It wasn't a liquid. It was a pressurized stream of images, sounds, and smells. The girl on the fender, the red dress, the peppermint, the soldier, the tricycle. They all went down the drain, screaming into the void. I felt myself shrinking. I felt the weight lifting, but it wasn't a relief. It was a hollow, echoing loneliness. I was being emptied of everything that made the world colorful. I was becoming a vessel of pure, cold utility. The roar from the pit intensified. The pale things began to move, their long limbs intertwining as they climbed over each other, reaching for the runoff. They weren't eating the memories, they were being coated by them. For a fleeting second, a pale thing would look like a man in a soldier's uniform or a child on a bike before the image dissolved back into the gray. When it was over, I slumped onto the obsidian dirt, gasping for air. My chest felt like an empty cavern, cold and windswept. The blue light was gone, replaced by a faint, dull throb. The mechanic walked over and looked down at me. Feel better. I feel dead, I said. That's the professional's touch, he said, tipping his cap. Go on home. You've got a few days before the tank fills up again. Spend them wisely. I stood up, my legs feeling like lead. I walked back toward the trail, back toward my car. The sun was starting to rise again, another violent, golden explosion over the ridge. It was beautiful. It was warm. I got into my car and started the engine. I drove back to the house. I walked into the kitchen. My mother was there making coffee. She looked up and smiled, a genuine, tired smile. You're back, she said. You look better, David, rested. I am, I said. I sat down at the table. I looked at the sunlight hitting the linoleum. I looked at the dust motes dancing in the air. I reached out and took her hand. It was warm. It was real. But as I sat there, listening to her talk about the weather and the neighbors, I looked at the shadow cast by the coffee pot. It was a little too long. It was a little too dark. And if I listened very closely, past the sound of her voice and the hum of the refrigerator, I could hear it. Deep beneath the floorboards, deep beneath the dirt. The grinding of the gears, the hiss of the chains, the engine of the world, hungry and never-ending, waiting for its next shift. I squeezed my mother's hand, feeling the pulse of her blood against my palm. I would keep the lights on for as long as I could. I would be the pilot light. I would be the drain. Because now I knew the truth. The fire that wouldn't cast light wasn't a monster. It was the only thing keeping us from seeing what was actually in the room. The following Tuesday, the silence in the house became a physical weight. It was a different kind of quiet than the one I had grown up with. It wasn't the absence of noise, but the presence of a vacuum. Every time my mother spoke about the price of eggs, the neighbor's cat, the way the hydrangeas were wilting in the sudden heat, the words seemed to get pulled toward the center of my chest before they could reach my brain. I would nod, I would smile, and I would feel the microscopic suction of the drain beginning to tickle my ribs again. I went back to the warehouse because the monotony was a sanctuary. There is a specific kind of peace in moving boxes from one pallet to another, a rhythmic mechanical labor that mimics the engine beneath the world. But even there, the excess was leaking. I was in aisle 4 stacking crates of industrial fasteners when I saw it. A coworker, a man named Miller who had worked there for 30 years, was standing by the forklift. He was staring at a photograph taped to the dashboard, a grainy shot of a young woman in a graduation gown. Around Miller, the air was shimmering like a heat haze on a highway. It wasn't just a memory, it was a localized thickening of the atmosphere. I could smell the cheap lilac perfume she must have worn. I could hear the phantom echo of a high school band playing Pomp and Circumstance. Miller sighed, a heavy, rattling sound, and the shimmer expanded. The concrete floor beneath his boots began to turn translucent, revealing the jagged, obsidian geometry of the hollow beneath the foundation. I dropped my clipboard. The clatter didn't startle him. He was too far gone into the was. Miller, I said, my voice sounding tinny. He didn't look up. She would have been 32 today, Dave, 32. I still remember the way the sun hit the stadium seats. It was too hot. We all complained about the heat. God, what I wouldn't give to be that hot again. As he spoke, a pale thing, thinner than a strand of hair, yet miles long, drifted up through the translucent concrete. It didn't have a face, just a questing, needle-like limb that brushed against the back of Miller's neck. Miller shivered, rubbing his skin, but he didn't move. He was feeding it. He was pouring his grief into the fault line, and the structural integrity of the warehouse was beginning to fail. A light fixture overhead began to groan, the metal bolts screaming as they twisted in a space that was no longer entirely physical. I stepped forward, my chest throbbed, a cold, rhythmic pulse that signaled the internal tank was ready. I didn't want to do it. I hated the taste of other people's ghosts. But if I didn't, the ceiling would collapse, or worse, Miller would slip through the floor and become part of the masonry. I put my hand on his shoulder. "Let me take that, Miller," I whispered. "Take what?" he asked, finally looking at me. His eyes were milky with the past. I didn't answer, I just opened the valve. The sensation was like hitting a vein of ice water. The lilac scent, the heat of the stadium, the pride, the crushing regret of 32 years of birthdays that never happened, it all surged into me. Miller gasped, his knees buckling slightly. For a second, his face went completely blank, the lines of age smoothing out as if erased by an invisible hand. The pale thing beneath the floor recoiled, hissing a sound like steam escaping a pipe, and vanished back into the dark. The warehouse snapped back into focus. The floor was solid concrete again. The light fixture stopped groaning. Miller blinked, looking at the photo on the forklift. He frowned, a look of mild, distant confusion crossing his features. "Right," he muttered, 32. "Anyway, better get these fasteners to loading dock B." He drove away, his movements brisk and efficient. He was lighter. He was fixed. And I was standing in the aisle, clutching my stomach, smelling lilac and feeling the phantom weight of a graduation gown I had never worn. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I didn't need to look at it. I knew the steward was watching. The filter was working. That night, I didn't go home. I couldn't face my mother. I couldn't face the way she looked at me, with that lingering, desperate love that I knew was just more fuel for the engine. Instead, I drove to the outskirts of town, to a place where the suburban sprawl gave way to the skeletal remains of the old iron works. I sat on the rusted hood of my car and watched the moon. It looked wrong. It didn't look like a rock in space. It looked like a hole punched in a black velvet curtain, a leak of sterile white light from a room where everything was already dead. "You're getting faster at it," a voice said from the shadows of a collapsed smokestack. The mechanic stepped out. He wasn't wearing his coveralls tonight. He was wearing a suit that looked 50 years out of style, the fabric thick and heavy, the color of wet soot. He looked like a funeral director who had spent too much time in the sun. "I'm not doing it for you," I said, not looking at him. "I'm doing it so they don't fall through the cracks." "Same thing, kid. The engine is the world, and the world is the engine. You think you're being a hero. You're just a part of the maintenance crew. You're the guy who sweeps the floor so the dancers don't slip on the dust." He walked over and leaned against the car next to me. He didn't smell like grease anymore. He smelled like ozone and old paper. "Why me?" I asked. "Out of everyone in this miserable town, why did the Shard choose me?" "It didn't choose you because you were special," the mechanic said, lighting a cigarette. The smoke didn't drift away. It hung in a perfect, unmoving sphere around his head. "It chose you because you were already hollow. That night in the woods when you were looking for your brother, you weren't looking for a person. You were looking for a reason. You were already a vacuum, David. Nature abhors a vacuum, but the engine loves one. It needs a place to store the overflow." "My brother," I said, the name feeling like a jagged stone in my throat. Was he real, or was he just excess that got away? The mechanic looked at me, his silver mirror eyes reflecting the moon. He was real enough to leave a hole. That's all that matters to the plumbing. A hole is a potential pipe. Your grief for him was the first thing we harvested. It was high-grade stuff, pure, unsalted. It powered the streetlights in this county for 3 years. I felt a surge of cold fury. I wanted to strike him, to tear that smug mechanical mask off his face. But as I clenched my fist, the blue light in my chest flared, and I realized I couldn't hurt him. He wasn't a man. He was a projection of the system, a user interface for a machine I couldn't even begin to comprehend. "What happens when I can't empty it anymore?" I asked. "What happens when the grate isn't enough?" "Then you become a cathedral," he said simply. "You stop being a filter and you become a monument. You sit in the dark and you hold it all. You become a localized point of infinite density, and eventually you'll sink. You'll drop through the crust of the is and land in the was forever. It's not a bad retirement. It's quiet, no phone calls, no texts." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small brass key. He held it out to me. "What's this?" "The keys to the basement," he said. "The real basement, not the one in the woods, the one under your house." "I don't have a basement. We're on a slab." "Everything has a basement, David. You just haven't looked under the rug yet." He dropped the key onto the hood of the car. It didn't make a metallic sound. It made a heavy, wet thud, like a heart hitting the floor. Then he turned and walked back into the shadows of the iron works. He didn't fade away. He simply ceased to be illuminated, as if someone had turned off a lamp behind him. I took the key. It was warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum that made my teeth ache. I drove home. The house was dark, save for the flickering blue light of the TV in the living room. My mother was asleep on the sofa, her head tilted back, her mouth slightly open. The gray scarf of her grief was there, but it was thinner now, more translucent. I had taken enough of it to give her a few days of peace, but I knew it would grow back. Grief is a weed. You can't just mow it down. You have to pull it by the roots, and her roots were buried too deep for me to reach without killing the soil. I went into the laundry room. I moved the washing machine, the heavy metal feet screeching against the linoleum. Underneath, there was nothing but the flat, gray surface of the foundation. I knelt down and ran my hand over the floor. I felt it then, a seam, a hairline fracture in the reality of the house. I took the brass key and pressed it against the concrete. I didn't look for a lock, I just pushed. The metal sank into the stone as if it were water. There was a sound like a heavy bolt sliding home, and then a section of the floor, about 3 feet square, simply dissolved. It didn't reveal dirt or pipes. It revealed a spiral staircase made of rusted iron, descending into a vertical shaft of absolute, light-consuming blackness. I grabbed a flashlight from the shelf, but when I clicked it on, the beam only traveled a few inches before being swallowed by the dark. The fire that wouldn't cast light in my chest was the only thing that provided any orientation. It pulsed, and in the rhythm of that pulse, I could see the outlines of the stairs. I went down. The air grew colder with every step. It smelled of old rain and the metallic tang of blood. As I descended, the sounds of the world above, the hum of the fridge, the distant sound of a car on the highway, faded away, replaced by the thrumming roar of the engine. It was louder here, a tectonic vibration that felt like it was trying to shake my bones loose from my skin. I reached the bottom. The shaft opened up into a chamber that defied the dimensions of the house above. It was a cathedral of industry. Massive brass pistons, the size of redwood trees, hammered rhythmically into the floor. Great chains, each link larger than a man, moved through the ceiling, carrying buckets of shimmering gray sludge. And in the center of the chamber was the furnace. It wasn't burning wood or coal, it was burning us. I saw the excess I had poured into the grate in the woods. It was being piped into the furnace in a steady, pressurized stream. I saw the girl's first kiss, the soldier's prayer, the smell of Miller's daughter's lilac perfume. All of it was being fed into a central white-hot core. But it wasn't creating heat. It was creating the is. I watched as a bucket of processed memories was tipped into a giant vat. The gray sludge was stirred by massive mechanical paddles until it turned clear. Then it was sprayed out of a nozzle onto a conveyor belt. On the belt, the clear liquid solidified into the objects of the world. A blade of grass, a pebble, a used coffee cup, a photograph. The machine was recycling, the was to manufacture the now. It's a closed loop, I whispered. Almost a voice said. I turned, standing by a control console was a figure I didn't recognize. It wasn't the mechanic. It was a woman or something shaped like one. She was wearing a dress made of woven optical fibers that shifted through every color of the spectrum, yet somehow remained gray. Her face was a blur of features, shifting so rapidly I couldn't pin down an identity. 1 second she looked like my mother, the next like the girl from the 1994 memory, the next like a stranger I'd passed on the street. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice swallowed by the roar of the pistons. "I am the intake," she said, her voice a chorus of 1,000 whispers, "and you are the valve." She walked toward me, her feet making no sound on the obsidian floor. "The mechanic said you were full. He said you were starting to leak." I don't want to be part of this, I said, gesturing to the screaming machinery. I want to go back. I want to be real. You are real, David. You are the most real thing in this house. Without you, the rooms above would lose their color. The walls would turn to paper. Your mother would evaporate into a cloud of forgotten sighs. She reached out and touched my chest, right over the pulsing blue ember. I didn't pull away. I couldn't. The contact felt like being plugged into the sun. The engine is hungry, David. The world is getting older and the excess is piling up. People remember too much now. They record everything. They hoard their ghosts in digital boxes and silicon chips. The natural decay of memory has been halted and the pipes are clogging. She leaned closer, her blurring face inches from mine. We need a bigger drain. We need someone who can hold the weight of a whole city. Someone who can stand in the center of the storm and not blink. I can't, I gasped. It's too much. I can feel them, all of them. They're screaming inside me. Then let them out, she whispered, not into the grate, into the core. She pointed to the white-hot center of the furnace. If you pour yourself into the core, you won't just be a filter. You'll be the fuel. You'll be the light that allows the morning to happen. You'll be the reason the sun has the strength to climb the sky. And what happens to me? You'll be everywhere, she said. You'll be the sparkle on the water. You'll be the smell of the rain. You'll be the quiet moment of peace a man feels before he falls asleep. You'll be the David, forever. I looked at the furnace. It was beautiful in a terrifying, absolute way. It was the end of the struggle. No more phone calls, no more texts, no more lilac perfume or rusted tricycles, just the pure, clean heat of being. I took a step toward the core. The blue light in my chest began to roar, reaching out toward the white heat. I felt my ego beginning to dissolve, the boundaries of David fraying like a moth-eaten coat. But then I heard it. A sound from above, a faint, muffled thud. It was the sound of my mother moving in her sleep, the sound of her foot hitting the floor as she adjusted the blanket, a small, insignificant, excessive noise. It was a sound that didn't belong in the is. It was a sound of the was becoming. It was a sound of a person who was still hurting, still hoping, still stubbornly, messy, and beautifully alive. If I jumped into the core, I would become the light that she woke up to, but I wouldn't be the sun who could hold her hand. She would have a bright, perfect morning, but she would have it alone. I stopped. The blue light in my chest recoiled, snapping back into its cage of ribs. No, I said. The intake's face shifted into a mask of cold, geometric anger. You refuse the promotion. You prefer the filth of the filter. I prefer the weight, I said, my voice growing stronger. I'll keep the pipes clear. I'll take the ghosts, but I'm staying in the house. I turned and began to climb the spiral stairs. You'll break, David, she screamed from below, her voice echoing up the shaft like a gale. The volume is increasing. You can't hold back the sea with a thimble. Then I'll get a bigger thimble, I muttered, my boots clanging on the iron. I reached the top and scrambled out onto the laundry room floor. I grabbed the brass key and pulled it out of the concrete. The hole snapped shut with a sound like a gunshot. I pushed the washing machine back into place, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I walked into the living room. The TV was still on, but the screen was just static now. The blue light washed over my mother's sleeping form. I sat down on the floor beside her. I didn't take her hand this time. I didn't want to accidentally drain her. I just sat there, a hollow man in a hollow house, listening to the engine of the world grinding away beneath us. I knew she was right. I was fading. I was becoming a composite of 1,000 strangers. But as I watched her chest rise and fall, I realized that the fire that wouldn't cast light had one benefit the mechanic hadn't mentioned. It didn't show you the world as it was. It showed you the world as it cost. And as long as I could pay the price, the lights would stay on. I closed my eyes and let the girl in the red dress dance in my head. I let the soldier say his prayer. I let the lilac perfume fill my lungs. I held them all, a horde of beautiful, useless things, and I waited for the phone to buzz. I didn't have to wait long. New coordinates received. Intersection of Main and Elm. Level 4 collapse imminent. Proceed immediately. I stood up, adjusted my jacket, and headed for the door. The sun wasn't up yet, but I didn't need it. I had enough light inside me to see the way. It was a cold light, a consuming light, but it was mine. I stepped out into the night, the filter ready, the valve open, just another ghost eater doing the midnight shift in a world that would never know his name. The engine did not care that I was tired. It did not care that my marrow felt like it had been replaced with cold mercury, or that every time I closed my eyes, I saw the blueprints of a city that hadn't been built yet. The coordinates on my phone pulsed with a dull, insistent violet light, bleeding through the fabric of my pocket and casting long, rhythmic shadows against the damp pavement of the driveway. Main and Elm, the heart of the town, the place where the old theater stood, its marquee missing half its letters, so it perpetually promised a screening of THEGHOS of SUMER. It was a structural weak point, a place where the collective nostalgia of 3 generations had pooled like stagnant water, rotting the floorboards of reality. I got into my car. The engine turned over with a wet, mechanical cough that sounded too much like the intake's laughter. As I backed out, I looked up at my mother's bedroom window. The curtain fluttered. She was awake, watching the taillights of her son's car disappear into the fog, wondering which version of him would come back this time. The one who remembered her blueberry cobbler, or the one who stared at the wall for 3 hours because he was busy processing the grief of a widow from 1954. The drive was short, but the world was already beginning to fray at the edges. The streetlights on Main Street weren't casting pools of yellow light, they were casting holes, circular voids where the sidewalk simply ended, revealing the humming brass clockwork beneath. I steered around them, my hands gripping the wheel so hard the plastic groaned. When I reached the intersection, I saw him. The mechanic was sitting on a fire hydrant, peeling an orange. The fruit was vibrant, a neon burst of color in the monochrome street, but as he pulled the rind away, the segments inside were made of rusted iron filings. He didn't look up as I slammed the car door. "You're late," he said, tossing a metal orange wedge into the gutter. It hit the porcelain with a heavy clink. The seal is bursting. We've got a level 4 leakage, pure, unadulterated longing. If it hits the main line, the whole block is going to turn into a memory of 1982 and stay there until the gears seize. I looked at the theater. It was vibrating, not a physical shaking, but a visual one, like a heat haze rising off a desert road. The bricks were turning translucent. I could see through the walls into the lobby, where ghostly figures in bell-bottoms and polyester were lining up for popcorn that didn't exist. They were laughing, their mouths moving in silent loops, their joy so thick it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. "What do I do?" I asked, my voice cracking. "Open the intake," the mechanic said, standing up and wiping his hands on his soot-colored trousers. Don't just filter the overflow this time, David. You have to be the vacuum. Suck it out of the air before it solidifies. If those people finish their movie, they'll anchor themselves to the is and will have to prune the whole timeline. You don't want to see what the pruning shears look like. I stepped toward the theater. My chest felt like it was being crushed by an invisible hand. The blue ember, the shard, was spinning so fast I could feel the heat of it through my shirt. It wanted this. It was a predator sensing a kill. I stood in the middle of the intersection, closed my eyes, and reached out. I didn't use my hands. I used the hole in my soul. The sensation was instantaneous. It wasn't like the warehouse. This wasn't a single man's grief. This was a tidal wave. It was the collective excitement of 1,000 Friday nights, the smell of cheap cologne, the sticky floor, the first time a hand slipped into another hand in the dark. It was trying to become the now with such ferocity that it nearly tore me in half. I screamed, but no sound came out, only a stream of blue sparks. The theater groaned. The ghostly patrons began to stretch, their bodies elongating like taffy as they were pulled toward me. Their faces didn't show fear. They showed a terrible, hollow relief. They wanted to be consumed. They were tired of being echoes. They wanted to be fuel. "Take it," the intake's voice whispered in the back of my skull. "Drink the city, David. Clear the pipes." I pulled until my vision went white. I pulled until I could feel the individual threads of the carpet in the theater lobby being unspooled and wound around my heart. The blue light flared, turning the entire intersection into a strobe-lit nightmare. Then, with a sound like a giant glass bulb shattering, it stopped. The theater snapped back into solidity. The marquee flickered once and went dark. The streetlights returned to their sickly yellow glow. The holes in the sidewalk filled in with mundane, cracked concrete. I fell to my knees, retching, but I didn't vomit bile. I vomited shadows, thin, wispy ribbons of gray smoke that dissipated before they hit the ground. My head was a cacophony. I knew the names of people who had been dead for 20 years. I knew the plot of a movie I'd never seen. I knew the exact weight of a popcorn bucket from a summer night in 1979. I was a library of ghosts, and the shelves were breaking. "Clean work," the mechanic said, leaning over me. He smelled like burnt sugar now. "A bit messy on the exit, but you held the seal. The engine is satisfied, for an hour or two at least." I looked up at him, my eyes streaming tears that felt like oil. How much? How much can I take before I stop being me? The mechanic smiled, and for the first time I saw the teeth behind the mask. They weren't bone. They were tiny, serrated silver gears. "You already stopped being you, David. You're just the skin the engine wears so it doesn't scare the neighbors. You're a suit of clothes for a god made of scrap metal." He turned to walk away, but I grabbed his ankle. My hand felt like it was touching a frozen pipe. "My brother," I wheezed. "You said he was high grade. You said he powered the lights. Where is the rest of him? If nothing is ever lost, where is he?" The mechanic paused. He looked down at my hand, then back at the theater. "He's in the friction, kid. He's the heat that comes from the parts rubbing together. He didn't go to the basement. He went to the exhaust." The exhaust. "The stars, David. Where do you think they come from? They aren't suns. They're the sparks thrown off by the engine. Your brother was a bright one. He's probably a speck of white light over the Pacific right about now, burning out bit by bit to keep the void from noticing us." He shook my hand off and vanished into the shadows of an alleyway. I stayed on the ground for a long time. The silence of the town was different now. It wasn't a peaceful silence. It was the silence of a machine that had been oiled and muffled. I could feel the is vibrating beneath me, a thin veneer of reality stretched over a churning abyss of recycled souls. I stood up, my joints popping with a sound like dry twigs. I felt heavy, not with weight, but with density. I felt like if I stepped too hard, I would sink straight through the earth. I didn't drive home. I couldn't. The car felt like a toy, a fragile bubble of glass and tin that couldn't possibly contain what I was becoming. I started walking. I walked past the grocery store, and I could hear the refrigeration units humming in a minor key, singing a song about a harvest that never ended. I walked past the park, and the swings creaked in a language I now understood, a rhythmic counting of every child who had ever outgrown them. I found myself at the edge of the woods, the place where it had started. The grate was still there, hidden beneath the ferns, but it looked different now. It didn't look like a drain, it looked like a mouth. I knelt beside it. The blue light in my chest was dimming, settling into a low, thrumming idle. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the brass key the mechanic had given me. It was cold now, its vibration gone. "I'm not jumping in," I whispered to the dark, "but I'm not letting you go, either." I realized then that the mechanic was wrong about one thing. He thought I was a vacuum. He thought I was hollow. But you can't be a filter if you don't have a mesh. You can't hold the ghosts if you don't have a hook to hang them on. My grief for my brother wasn't just fuel. It was the anchor. It was the only thing that kept me from being swept away by the river of other people's lives. As long as I missed him, as long as that hole in me remained jagged and sharp, the other memories couldn't smooth me out. They could fill me, but they couldn't replace me. I stood up and tossed the key into the woods, not into the grate, but into the brush, where the thorns would find it. The sun began to blade over the horizon. It wasn't the sterile white light of the basement, but a bruised, messy orange. It looked like a struggle. It looked like work. I walked back toward the town. My phone buzzed. New coordinates received. St. Jude's Hospital, maternity ward, level 1 fluctuation. New is generating. Assistance required for stabilization. I stopped a level 1, a birth. The engine didn't just consume the old, it had to pave the way for the new. Every new life required a clearing of the was, a fresh patch of reality that hadn't been trodden on yet, and someone had to hold the shadows back while the first breath was taken. I checked my reflection in a shop window. My eyes were still milky, the blue ember a faint ghost behind my pupils. I looked like a man who had seen the end of the world and decided to keep going anyway. "I'm coming," I whispered to the air. I wasn't a hero. I wasn't a monster. I was just the maintenance crew. I was the guy who kept the fire from casting light so that the world could pretend the darkness wasn't there. As I turned the corner toward the hospital, I smelled it again. Not the lilac of Miller's daughter or the ozone of the mechanic. I smelled wood smoke and pine needles, the smell of the night my brother disappeared. I didn't look up at the stars. I didn't want to see which one was him. I just kept walking, my boots hitting the pavement with a steady, rhythmic thud. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heart or the sound of a piston. In this town, they were the same thing. The maternity ward at St. Jude's didn't smell like the rest of the world. It didn't have the heavy, metallic tang of the furnace or the cloying, dusty scent of the theater's ghosts. It smelled of antiseptic and something sharply, terrifyingly new, like ozone after a lightning strike, or the smell of a page being ripped from a book. I stood in the hallway, my reflection ghosting across the polished linoleum. I looked wrong here. My jacket was stained with the soot of memories that hadn't happened yet, and my eyes felt like they were vibrating in their sockets. To the nurses hurrying past with clipboards and hushed voices, I was just another anxious relative, another man waiting for a miracle or a catastrophe. They didn't see the blue light leaking from my collar. They didn't see the way the shadows in the corners of the ceiling retreated as I approached, afraid of being pulled into the filter. The phone buzzed again, a sharp, angry haptic twitch against my hip. Room 412. Transition in progress. Stabilize the threshold. I found the room at the end of the hall. The door was heavy oak, or at least it looked like oak. To me, it looked like a thin membrane of static, humming with the pressure of what was happening inside. A birth wasn't just a biological event. In the geography of the it was a volcanic eruption. It was a new soul punching a hole through the floor of reality, demanding space in a world that was already full. If the wasn't cleared away, the new life would be strangled by the ghosts of the room. It would be born with the memories of the person who died in that bed 50 years ago. It would have its grandfather's grief before it had its mother's milk. I pushed the door open. The room was bathed in a sickly, pulsating green light, the color of a dying television screen. A woman was in the bed, her face contorted, her knuckles white as she gripped the railings. Beside her, a man held her hand, his eyes wide and vacant. They weren't seeing the room. They were caught in the fluctuation. To them, the walls were melting. I could see what they were seeing. The room was flickering between 2024 and 1956. One moment, there was a digital monitor chirping. The next, a rotary phone sat on the bedside table, its cord coiling like a snake. The air was thick with the spectral overlapping of a dozen different lives that had occupied this space. I saw a priest kneeling by the bed in 1972. I saw a woman laughing as she held a bouquet of carnations in 1988. I saw a janitor mopping a puddle of blood from a car accident in 1940. The excess was flooding the room, a localized clog in the pipes. The baby was coming, and it had nowhere to land. "Get out," I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I was talking to the parents or the ghosts. The man looked at me, but his eyes didn't focus. The music, he stammered. "Why is there big band music playing?" I didn't answer. I stepped into the center of the room, right where the overlap was strongest. The blue light in my chest roared to life, no longer an ember, but a furnace. I opened the valve. I didn't just pull, I commanded. Mine, I thought, the word echoing in the hollow spaces of my skull. Give it to me, all of it. The big band music was sucked into my ears with a violent pop. The priest's prayer was a dry, papery taste on my tongue. The smell of the carnations hit me like a physical blow, filling my sinuses until I thought I would sneeze blood. I felt the weight of the janitor's exhaustion settle into my knees, making them buckle. The room began to stabilize. The rotary phone blurred and vanished, replaced by the steady, rhythmic beep of the modern heart monitor. The priest faded into a shadow, then into nothing. But the woman in the bed screamed, a sound of pure, primal terror. The new was hitting the now, and the friction was immense. "Hold her," I shouted at the father. He blinked, the fog clearing from his eyes as I absorbed the static that had been paralyzing him. He lunged forward, grabbing her shoulders. I wasn't just filtering now. I was a lightning rod. The energy of the birth was radiating outward in waves of raw, unformed potential, the is becoming. It was a white-hot pressure that threatened to blow my ribs apart. I had to channel it. I had to ground it. I reached out and grabbed the metal footboard of the bed. The heat was agonizing. It wasn't the heat of fire. It was the heat of a high-voltage wire. I felt my skin beginning to glow, the blue light of the filter turning a blinding, incandescent silver as it processed the sheer volume of the moment. I was the bridge between the void and the world. I was the one who held the door open so the new soul could walk through without bringing the shadows with it. "Don't blink," the intake's voice hissed, a faint, dying echo in the back of my mind. "If you blink, the baby is born old." I didn't blink. My eyes burned, the moisture evaporating from them, but I stared into the center of the fluctuation until I saw it. A tiny, golden spark in the center of the chaos. The beginning. I pulled the last of the room's history into myself. The final lingering scent of the 1940s blood, the last echo of the 1988 laughter. I cleared the slate. I made the room empty. I made it a vacuum. And then the golden spark exploded. A cry broke the silence, a sharp, thin, wet sound, the most beautiful and terrible sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of a gear clicking into place. It was the sound of the engine accepting a new part. The silver light snapped back into my chest, leaving me gasping and blind in the sudden dimness of the hospital room. The green pulse was gone. The air was cool and smelled of nothing but soap and sweat. The nurse, who hadn't been there a second ago, was suddenly at the bedside, her hands busy and efficient. She didn't look at me. To her, I was just a shadow in the corner, a trick of the light. "It's a girl," she said, her voice a calm, melodic chime that signaled the end of the crisis. The father began to sob, a messy human sound. The mother collapsed back against the pillows, her eyes closed, her face pale but peaceful. I stood there for a moment, my hands still smoking slightly where they had gripped the bed. I felt light. For a split second, the excess I had just consumed didn't feel like a burden. It felt like a meal. The energy of the birth had neutralized the bitterness of the ghosts, turning the library of sorrows into a quiet, humming hum inside me. I turned and walked out of the room. No one stopped me. No one thanked me. In the hallway, I passed a mirror. I didn't recognize the man looking back. My hair was streaked with gray that hadn't been there when I woke up, and my skin had a translucent, waxy quality, like an old photograph left in the sun. I was 40% ghost now, maybe 50. I walked toward the elevators, but the doors didn't open. Instead, the floor indicator lights began to spin in a frantic, clockwise circle. The bell chimed over and over, a frantic, rhythmic alarm. My phone didn't buzz, it screamed, a long, continuous vibration that made my hand go numb. "System alert, core breach detected. Sector 7. The basement is venting. All filters to the intake immediately. This is not a drill." I felt a cold dread wash over me. The basement, where I had seen the furnace, where the intake sat on her throne of brass and bone. If the basement was venting, it meant the engine was failing. It meant the was no longer being consumed. It was being spat back out. I ran for the stairs. I didn't take the car this time. I didn't need to. As I stepped out of the hospital, I realized the geography of the town had shifted. The distance between the hospital and my house, between the birth and the furnace, had collapsed. The streets were folding in on themselves, the pavement rippling like a black silk ribbon. I ran through a backyard in my neighborhood and stepped out into the laundry room of my own house. The washing machine was overturned. The concrete floor was gone. In its place was a gaping, jagged maw of white light, roaring like a jet engine. The smell was unbearable, the smell of a billion lives rotting at once. David. I looked down into the pit. The intake was there, but she wasn't a woman anymore. She was a fractured, geometric nightmare, her limbs stretching and snapping as she tried to hold the edges of the hole together. Her face was a kaleidoscope of 1,000 different people, all of them screaming in unison. The pressure, she shrieked, her voice a chorus of glass breaking. The digital horde, it's too much. The pipes have burst. Behind her, the furnace, the fire that wouldn't cast light, was no longer white. It was turning a bruised, necrotic purple. Thick, oily smoke was pouring out of it, solidifying into shapes as it hit the air. I saw horses. I saw Victorian carriages. I saw trench warfare and disco balls and the faces of 1,000,000 forgotten pets. The was returning. The history of the world was being vomited back into the now. Fix it, I yelled, shielding my eyes from the glare. I can't, she wailed. The filter is full. You're the only one left, David. You have to be the plug. You have to take the surge. Lyle died. You'll be more than dead, she laughed, a sound of pure insanity. You'll be the history of everything. You'll be the memory that never fades. Jump, David. Jump and save the morning. I looked at the swirling vortex of ghosts. I saw my brother's face for a fraction of a second in the purple smoke. Not a star, not a spark, but a trapped, frantic soul being ground between the gears of the breach. He wasn't in the exhaust. He was in the clog. He was the reason the engine was breaking. He was a piece of high-grade fuel that refused to burn. Sarah, I called out, but my mother wasn't in the house. The house wasn't even there anymore. The walls had dissolved into a forest of rusted pipes and ticking clocks. As I looked at the hole, I looked at the purple fire. The mechanic appeared beside me, his orange-peeling hands shoved deep into his pockets. He looked bored, though his eyes were darting toward the horizon, where the sun was beginning to flicker like a faulty bulb. Decision time, kid, he said. The engine is seizing. You can jump in and act as a temporary fuse, burn out bright and buy the world another 50 years of is, or you can let it happen. Let what happens. The great stagnation. The past will catch up to the present. Time will stop. We'll all just be figures in a wax museum, frozen in a single moment of 4:00 a.m. forever. No more births, no more deaths, just the was forever and ever. I looked at the purple smoke. I thought of the baby girl at the hospital. I thought of her first breath, the one I had fought for. If I didn't jump, she would never have a second one. She would be frozen in that first cry, her lungs never quite filling, her life a photograph that never developed. But I also thought of the key I had thrown into the thorns. I thought of the weight I had promised to carry. There's a third way, I said, my voice low and vibrating with the power of the birth spark still humming in my marrow. The mechanic cocked his head. Is there? The filter doesn't just hold, I said, stepping toward the edge. The filter transforms. I didn't jump into the furnace. I didn't jump into the light. I reached into my chest, past the ribs, past the muscle, and I grabbed the blue shard. I pulled it out. It wasn't a piece of glass. It wasn't a spark. It was a seed. You want fuel, I screamed at the furnace. Then take the only thing that's actually mine. I didn't throw the shard into the fire. I threw my grief into it. I threw the memory of my brother's hand in mine. I threw the smell of my mother's kitchen. I threw the sound of my own name. I gave the engine the one thing it couldn't manufacture, a soul that was willing to be forgotten. The shard hit the purple fire and didn't melt. It began to grow. Roots of blue light shot out, wrapping around the rusted pipes, stitching the jagged edges of the floor back together. The necrotic purple smoke began to turn clear, then gold. The screaming of the intake softened into a hum. I felt myself disappearing, not like a ghost, but like a shadow when the sun is directly overhead. I was being spread thin. I was becoming the mesh. "What are you doing?" the mechanic asked, his voice sounding small and distant. "I'm not the plug," I whispered, though I no longer had a mouth. "I'm the update." The breach closed, the laundry room returned, the tilted washing machine, the concrete floor, the smell of damp detergent. The basement was gone, the furnace was gone. I stood in the center of the room. I felt nothing, no weight, no ghosts, no blue light. I walked into the living room. My mother was sitting on the sofa, her eyes bright and clear. She was looking at a photograph in her lap. "David," she asked, looking up. I froze. She saw me. She really saw me. "Yes, Mom." "I was just thinking about your brother," she said, and for the first time in years, she didn't look like she was breaking. "I remember the way he used to laugh when we went to the lake. It's such a good memory, isn't it?" I looked at her. I looked at the sun, which was now fully above the horizon, casting long, warm streaks of light across the carpet. The light wasn't cold. It wasn't consuming. It was just light. I realized then what I had done. I hadn't destroyed the engine. I had changed the way it processed the was. It didn't have to burn the memories anymore. It didn't have to hide them in the basement. I had turned the filter into a prism. The past was no longer a clog. It was the color of the present. I sat down beside her and looked at the photo. My brother was smiling, his arm around my shoulder. I remembered that day. I remembered the cold water and the taste of the sandwiches we had packed. The memory didn't hurt. It didn't weigh me down. It just sat there, a quiet, beautiful fact. My phone buzzed in my pocket one last time. I pulled it out. The screen was blank, except for a single line of text in a simple human font. "Shift complete. The world is. Go to sleep, David." I closed my eyes. For the first time in a long time, the darkness was just darkness. And as I drifted off, I realized the fire finally had a purpose. It wasn't there to cast light. It was there to keep us warm. The silence of the house was a physical weight, but it was a weight that felt honest. For years, the silence in this town had been a vacuum, a hungry thing that pulled at the edges of your skin, trying to find a leak. Now it was just the absence of noise. I sat on the sofa next to my mother, watching the dust motes dance in the shafts of morning light. They didn't look like static anymore. They didn't look like the powdered remains of dead years. They looked like dust. "I think I'll make some tea," my mother said, her voice steady. She stood up without the usual hitch in her lower back, without the phantom pull of the basement tugging at her heels. She walked into the kitchen, and I heard the familiar domestic clatter of the kettle hitting the stove. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, the veins tracing blue maps beneath the skin, but the skin itself was solid. The translucence was gone. The waxy, photographic quality had receded, leaving behind the hands of a man who had worked too hard and slept too little. I felt a strange, hollow ache in my chest, not the burning of the filter, but the ache of an old wound finally allowed to scar over. I stood up and walked to the hallway mirror. I expected to see a stranger or perhaps nothing at all. Instead, I saw myself. The gray streaks in my hair remained, a silver tally of the price I'd paid, but my eyes were quiet. The vibration had stopped. The blue leak was gone. I was no longer a vessel for the town's discarded shadows. I was just David. I stepped out onto the front porch. The morning air was crisp, smelling of damp earth and the faint, sweet ghost of cut grass. Across the street, Miller was out in his driveway, tinkering with the engine of his truck. He wasn't staring into the manifold with that glazed, haunted look. He was whistling, a low, tuneless warble that drifted across the pavement. He looked up, saw me, and gave a short, jerky nod of his chin. "Morning, Dave," he called out. "Morning, Miller," I replied. My voice felt rusty, like a gate that hadn't been opened in a decade. "Gonna be a hot one," he said, wiping his hands on a rag. Then he went back to his work. The exchange was so mundane it almost made me weep. There was no subtext. There was no overlapping reality of his daughter's funeral or the smell of funeral lilies. There was just a man, a truck, and the sun. I began to walk. I didn't have a destination, but my feet knew the way to the center of town. I passed the theater. The marquee was blank, the plastic letters piled in a heap near the ticket booth. The coming soon posters were faded, but they weren't flickering. The ghosts had been integrated. They weren't trapped in the celluloid anymore. They were just part of the town's architecture, as silent and harmless as the bricks themselves. I reached the park, the old oak tree in the center. The one where the is used to bunch up like a snag in a sweater was still there. Its leaves were a deep, vibrant green. Underneath its shade, a young woman sat on a bench, rocking a stroller with one foot while she read a book. I stopped a few yards away, my heart hammering against my ribs. I knew that stroller. I knew the rhythm of that rocking. It was the woman from room 412. She looked up as I approached, her eyes squinting against the sun. She didn't recognize me. Why would she? To her, I had been a trick of the light, a blur of motion in the middle of a traumatic, miraculous blur. "Beautiful morning," I said, my throat tightening. "It really is," she said, smiling. It was a tired smile, the kind that only new mothers can wear, but it was bright. "First time we've been out." She was eager to see the world, I guess. I looked down into the stroller. The baby was asleep, her tiny fists bunched near her chin. She looked perfect. She didn't look old. She didn't look like she was carrying the weight of a priest's prayer or a janitor's exhaustion. She was a clean slate. "She's lovely," I whispered. "Thank you," the mother said. She looked down at her daughter with a fierce, quiet protectiveness. "She feels, I don't know how to describe it. She feels very present, like she's been here forever, but she's also brand new." I nodded, a lump forming in my throat. That's exactly how she's supposed to feel. I walked away before I could say anything else, before I could ruin the moment with the truth of what it had cost to give her that presence. I headed toward the outskirts of town, toward the place where the garage had stood. The lot was empty. There was no corrugated metal shed, no smell of ozone and old grease. There was only a rectangular patch of scorched earth, slowly being reclaimed by weeds. The mechanic was gone. The intake was gone. The basement had folded back into the earth, leaving no trace of its existence except for the way the shadows fell a little differently in the afternoon light. I sat down on a rusted cider block at the edge of the lot. I pulled my phone from my pocket. It was a piece of dead plastic now. No signal, no battery, no messages from the machine. I looked at it for a long time, thinking about the man I had been when I first answered that buzzing. I had been looking for a purpose, for a way to make sense of the hole my brother had left behind. I had found it, but it hadn't been the purpose I expected. I hadn't been a hero. I had been a janitor, a filter, a piece of the plumbing. And in the end, I had been the upgrade. I thought about the was. It was still there, of course. You can't delete the past. But it wasn't a monster anymore. It was the color of the sunset.